Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos.
The main character, after dying, he wakes up inside of Naruto. Naruto is part of the Big Three. The Big Three include One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach. All three are very popular animes inside of the anime space.
Chapter 1. Yi Fengkan, Ju Zinai, has been captured. Yi Feng looked at the group of young men and women who rushed in a hurry, and suddenly a familiar and unfamiliar memory flooded into his mind, and he suddenly stood in place. He traveled to the world of Hokage. This is Konoha village. If memory serves, less than 10 years have passed since the Second Ninja World War. Although the undercurrent is turbulent, on the surface, at least it is a rare era of peace. And Yi Feng is an ordinary subordinate. The identity is the war orphan that the Uzumaki clan picked up on the way to Konoha village when Ju Shina sent him. The young man and woman in front of him are the same young ninjas as Yi Kid. The four people led by Mikoto Uchiha, as well as Wave Feng Mizuman and the Hinata brothers. Mikoto Uchiha and Yakid are childhood sweethearts, while Mikoto Uchiha is also Ju Shinai's best friend. As for Wave Feng Shuaimen and the Hyuga brothers, they are all ninjas of the same period. From his memory, Yefeng learned that Bofeng Shuaimen is a genius ninja who has learned all kinds of ninjutsu best in recent years and has a special talent for ninjutsu, although the level is still medium ninja. But in fact, the strength is already at the upper ninja level. This is the man who can become a Hokage in his early 20s. The Hyuga brothers are also the leaders of Naka Shinobi. As for Yi Feng, he was just an ordinary subordinate. Just as Ye Feng digested his memory, a line of words suddenly appeared in his mind. System starts. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 opening options. Option 1, be a salted fish, sit idly by, stay away from the plot. Reward, C-class physical technique, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Option 2, create chaos, hinder the rescue and join the villain lineup. Bonus, kaleidoscope sharing. Option 3, leave Konoha village immediately and participate in the rescue of Ju Shinai. Reward, Supreme Opening Pack. Settlement immediately after task completion. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The real crosser perks are coming. Sure enough, the system will only be late, but it will never be absent. Yi Feng thought very seriously. This is a very standard god-level choice. When a salted fish is the safest, it is also the least profitable. Konoha Whirlwind, isn't it the unique body art that Kai taught to Li Loke? This reward is really a salted fish reward. The second option looks tempting and is actually a dead end. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. But Ye Feng is not a fool. His current 3-legged cat Kung Fu, before he can create any chaos, he will definitely be arrested. The dark parts and roots of Konoha are no joke. Even if it is really successful, opening the kaleidoscope chakra, I will definitely not escape Konoha's pursuit. Himself, a person who is not of the Uchiha family, opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and it is strange not to be grabbed and sliced. The third option, the Supreme Opening Package, sounds like a great name. I don't know what it is, but it can't be worse than the Great Whirlwind of Konoha, right? Don't kill Konoha's whirlwind. The action is too frustrated. Moreover, Ye Feng caught the word of choice. As long as he immediately left Konoha village and participated in the rescue operation, he would have completed the mission. Regarding this, Ye Feng also asked about the system. The system reply is subject to the system settlement. It's just that the kidnapping of Ju Zinai is full of weirdness. If nothing else, how could a few small Union Murakami shinobu lurk into Konoha village without being discovered and kidnap the 9-tailed man Juli Ju Shinai? In the current Konoha village, there are 8 flying sun slashes in the prime of life, young Konoha Sanin and elite shinobi such as Konoha White Fang. This reminds Yoruto of the beginning of Naruto's story, the Naka shinobi Mizuki, who used Naruto to steal the Book of Seals and was finally defeated by Naruto's multiple shadow doppelganger technique. These two events are actually very similar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like someone deliberately connived at it. In any case, Yefeng has already thought of it, complete option 3 within his ability, and immediately leave Konoha village to participate in the rescue of Ju Shinai. Uchiha Mikoto said to herself, "This group of bastards, taking advantage of the lack of security in the clan sacrifice of our Uchiha clan, kidnapped Ju Shinai. I heard that it was an undercover agent arranged by Union Village in our Konoha to arrest Ju Zinai." Bofeng Shuamen frowned and said, "I'll go to Ju Zinai's house first to see what the situation is." Saying that, the figure of Bofeng Shuamen flashed and disappeared from everyone's field of vision with an afterimage. Instantaneous technique. Everyone showed a look of envy. What a fast teleportation technique. I heard that the secret techniques of 3 generations have been taught to Bofeng Shuaimen. Yifeng knew that it was not the secret art of the 3rd generation, but the art of the 2nd generation of the Flying Thunder God. Although the 3 generations are very frustrated in the anime, from Yoki's memory, it seems that the reputation of the 3 generations in Konoha is like a sky. Yokid immediately looked at Uchiha Mikoto and the Hinata brothers and said, let's go out and look for it. Maybe there are some clues." Uchiha Mikoto glared at Yokid and said, "You go." The person next to him immediately laughed and said, "Yefeng, you can stay in the village well with your strength. Going out is to add blockage. You, the crane tailor, still want to heroically save the beauty. If you are so weak, don't be stubborn." Yefeng rolled his eyes, ignored them, ran chakra directly, gathered chakra on his feet, and rushed towards the gate of Konoha village. I have to say that the ordinary D-level escape technique is really slow, just slightly twice the speed of ordinary running. Compared to the yellow flash just now, the difference is too big. Soon, Yefeng had already run to the entrance road of Konoha village, and from a distance, there was already a group of people surrounding the door. Yifeng thought about it. He couldn't get out from the door. Fortunately, he remembers that there is a path that can be climbed out of the village. So Yefeng immediately turned around. However, there are also people guarding the path. This person is none other than the young Uchiha Fugaku, the father of the future Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. "Yifeng, why are you here?" Yifeng hurriedly said, "Fayu, look, there are people there." Taking advantage of Fayu's turn, Yefeng rushed directly over. "Hey, don't go. Now it's dangerous outside. There are treacherous people from Union Village." Fugaku wanted to grab Yokid, but saw Mikoto and the Hinata brothers also coming towards here. "Forget it, this kid is going out to find death by himself. No wonder I am." Fugaku shook his head and said to the Mikoto and Hinata brothers who came over, "What are you doing? Can't go out here." In the blink of an eye, Yefeng quickly escaped from Konoha village over the wall. Ding, leave Konoha village. Mission completion is 50%. What's next? Yefeng suddenly saw a strand of burgundy hair on the ground. This is Ju Zenai's hair. Ding, find clues. 60% completion of tasks. Please continue to track down. Chapter 2. Yefeng frowned. This task has not been completed yet. In my mind, the direction provided by the system also appeared, just in the northeast direction. Yefeng looked at the dark forest and hesitated. This forest is too dark, right? It's kind of scary. At this time, Yifeng was wondering whether to chase after him. "I'm just a shinobi. Do you want to go back and be a salted fish?" But now that the task is 60% complete, Maybe you can find 4 more hairs and complete it. Yefeng gritted his teeth. He didn't come out. How could he stop halfway? Pursue. At the same time, at the gate of Konoha village, a yellow figure shot out like lightning. It is the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Watergate, what clues do you have in Ju Zinai's house? The person who asked this person was none other than Konoha White Fang Banner Mu Shu Shidru. Watergate took out a burgundy hair. This hair should be Ju Zinai's. Kiki Shuomao immediately summoned a ninja dog and made it smell Ju Shinai's hair. The ninja immediately roared towards the northeast. The smell of Ju Zinai should be heading northeast, but the smell is already very thin. Watergate hurriedly said, "Brother Shuomao, can you catch up with them?" Kimu Shuomao said with a deep groan, "Try it." Kiki Shuomao turned around and said, "Go back and report the situation to Lord Hokage. I'll go after them with Watergate." Saying that, Kimu Shuomao jumped and disappeared into the night. Soon, Yefeng found a second hair, according to the system's prompts. Ding, find clues. 70% completion of tasks. Please continue to track down. At this time, Yefeng also recalled a little bit of the plot of Hokage. According to the plot of Hokage, the hair deliberately left by Ju Zinai was found by Watergate. After a night, early the next day, Ju Zinai had been kidnapped to the edge of the border. Just when Ju Zinai was desperate, Watergate was born, and the hero saved the beauty. In the end, Watergate successfully rescued Ju Zinai and won Ju Zinai's heart. Now, there is the variable of Night Maple. Yefeng is curious now. He picked up all the clues. Can Watergate still find Ju Zinai? If because of his own variable, Ju Zinai was really captured, wouldn't the entire plot behind the Hokage have all changed? Full of doubts, Yefeng quickly found the third hair. Regardless of whether the plot changes or not, now that the mission is already 80% progressive, it should be only 2 hairs away from completing the task. At this time, Yefeng would definitely not be able to give up. What Konoha whirlwind he would definitely not want. Chasing after him, Night Maple had already chased to the edge of the woods. The figure of Yefeng flashed and landed on the treetops, looked towards the plain outside, and suddenly the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrank. 100 meters away, several people were fleeing in the direction of Union Village, and the slender figure at the back, with red hair, wasn't it Ju Zinai? Just when Yefeng discovered Ju Zinai, he was also discovered. What man? A gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Yefeng. Not good. Before Yifeng could react, a palm had already slapped towards Yifeng's back. Lie down. Yifeng spurted out blood, felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his internal organs were about to be shattered and fell from the tree. The ninja who attacked also fell. Yifeng saw that he was wearing a Union Village ninja suit, and he knew that it was not good. Wearing a standard ninja uniform, at least a medium ninja. A subordinate imp, simply looking for death. The ninja smiled disdainfully, slammed, and disappeared. Shadow doppelganger. In his opinion, this subordinate imp hit his own trick, and he will definitely die, and he doesn't need to look at it at all. Ju Zinai also noticed the movement of the woods, and when she looked back, her face turned white, and she couldn't see who it was, but she probably knew that it was the person who came to rescue her. Killed by the people of Union Village. HMPH, stop struggling, hurry up. See no, whoever comes to save you will die. I thought it was funny, and I endured it to find death. When Ju Zinai heard this, she faltered, and Yifeng's smiling face appeared in her mind. No, it definitely won't be Yifeng, a coward. Ju Zinai thought about it, and her body trembled. In the distance, Yefeng leaned against the tree, panting, his eyes gradually losing focus. Ding, find Ju Zinai. Congratulations to the host for completing the opening option 3, and reward the supreme opening package. Hurry up and open the supreme opening package. Yefeng felt that he was about to hang. His whole body was cold. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he was about to be unable to open them. Damn, almost played myself to death. Now this gift package is the possibility of his last survival. Ding, whether the host opens the supreme opening package. Yes. Then a dazzling light emanated from the big gift bag. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the SSS level character card, 1000 Hand Pillars. After fusing this card, the host will obtain all the ninjutsu, physical arts, immortal arts, combat experience, and cultivation talents between the 1000 Hand Pillars. Due to the large gap between the strength of the host and the character card, it is estimated that the full fusion time is 1 year. Does the host choose fusion? Fusion. Yifeng's eyes lit up. There was salvation. Between the 1000 Hand Pillars. The original Hokage. Ninja God. The reincarnation of Asura. The vitality is terrifying. The injury heals itself immediately, and Uchiha once said that, on the battlefield, no one can kill the pillars. In an instant, a virtual space appeared in Yifeng's mind. In the center of the space stood a figure standing above the heavens and the earth. It was the 1000 Hand Pillar. Yi Feng's perspective was brought into the 1000 Hand Pillars, as if he was the 1000 Hand Pillars. And the enemy on the opposite side turned out to be Uchiha from his youth. Mu Dun, birth of the Sea of Trees. I saw the earth rumble and shake. Densely packed small saplings break through the ground and grow wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dense forest in a blink of an eye. The trees in all directions stretched out their hideous and thick branches like life, drowning Uchiha. This is the blood succession limit between the 1000 Hand Pillars. Yi Feng opened his eyes and felt a very rapid change in his whole body. The pain in the body, which quickly disappeared. The cold feeling also disappeared. All the pores on the whole body instantly stretched. The whole body is instantly filled with power. Be able to feel the energy around you being absorbed by the body and transform it into chakra in the body very quickly. Moreover, Yefeng could feel that he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment and had a special affinity. In just a few seconds, Yefeng went from dying to full of blood. Not only that, he could also feel that he could launch the move in his mind just now, Mu Dun, Tree Sea Birth. In a thought, a sea of trees descended. This is the terrifying blood succession limit between the 1000 Hand Pillars. Moreover, Yokid also inherited all the combat experience of this ninja god between the pillars. Just for the moment of fusion, Yi Feng had already felt his strength and increased tenfold and 100 times. This is only the degree of preliminary integration, and if it is completely integrated, it is simply unimaginable. Chapter 3. The ninja of Union Village did not have any awareness of the changes in Yi Feng's body. They just took the appearance of Night Maple as a joke. Ju Zinai, I advise you not to play tricks. No matter how hard you grind, no one will come to your rescue. Ju Zinai gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you afraid of causing war when you Union Village captured me? Union Murakami Shinobu heard Ju Zinai's words and immediately laughed. Cause war. Your Konoha village is even more afraid of war than our Union Village. I'm not afraid to tell you that as long as we return to Union Village, Konoha will not dare to fight, because when you come to our Union Village, you will become the human pillar of the tailed beast. When Ju Zinai heard this, his eyes widened. Human pillar power, you guys. Union Murakami smiled and said, Ju Zinai, you don't have to worry. Our Union Village will also treat you like a guest, even higher than Konoha's. If you don't dislike it, you will be the wife of the next Thunder Shadow. In our Union Village, it is the First Lady. When Ju Zinai heard this, His face turned white. The reason why she was kidnapped was because Union Village needed a tailed beast container, and to become the wife of the next Thunder Shadow. Although Union Murakami Shinobu said it well, she didn't want it at all. Isn't the eight-tailed human pillar power of your Union Village there? Union Murakami smiled and said, "There is another one." Saying that, Union Murakami Shinobu clapped his palms and said, "I'm done saying everything. It's useless for you to resist. Obediently obey. The border is not far ahead. The person who picked us up should have arrived." Ju Zinai wanted to cry. "I don't want to be the wife of Lei Ying. I don't want it." Ju Zinai was very flustered in his heart, and one picture after another appeared in his mind. "Hey, don't hit me. You are so violent, no one will marry you in the future." Yefeng covered his head. Watergate smiled and said, "Your hair is fiery red. It's pretty good looking." Ju Zinai, come and wash my dishes. Women can't help but know how to cook, hee. Mikoto looked at her with a smile in her apron. Ju Zinai, don't you really want to swim? It's cool. Friends waved at her. Gentle Uzumaki Maito, old lady. We were brought here as containers for tailed beasts, but before that, find love to fill it. In this way, even if you want to live as a nine-tailed human pillar, you can get happiness. Ju Shina thought of companions such as Yokide, Makoto, and Watergate, as well as the old lady Maito of Uzumaki, and many, many friends. Ju Zinai can't bear you. Just when Ju Zinai was desperate, suddenly, countless small saplings appeared on the ground, instantly growing into trees. These trees instantly separated everyone. Mu Duan. Who would? Ju Zinai's eyes widened, not knowing which adult had come to save him. Grab her. With an order, everyone pounced on Ju Zinai. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared and fought with them. Kushina looked at Konoha's adult hopefully, but her eyes widened. Night Maple. These people are all Night Maples. Ju Zinai's face was sluggish, and before he could react, he was directly swept away by the thick branches that came out. Ugh! Ju Zinai exclaimed, finding himself rolled up in front of a person. Before he could react, Ju Zinai's feet were soft, and he was about to fall to his knees. Hey, Pepper, what are you doing? Yifeng hugged the soft Ju Zinai at once. Ju Zinai looked up, with black hair, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a hearty smile. Unexpectedly, Yifeng, who was usually timid, was actually the first person to rush to save her. Thinking of this, Ju Zinai showed a happy smile. Night, Night Feng. Yifeng smiled and said, "How is it, surprise or not?" Ju Zinai saw Yifeng's smiling face, and the tension and worry in her heart were swept away. She looked at the night maples beside her, and then looked at the 5 night maples fighting on the opposite side. This is the shadow doppelganger technique. How else? Yifeng only fused less than 5% of the character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, and he felt that he was able to completely abuse these ninjas in Union Village. If it were to fully fuse 100% of its power, it would be unimaginable. Ju Zinai was stunned. When did Yifeng learn the shadow avatar? And this would escape technique. Ju Shinai looked ahead, except for the one who took the lead and broke the shadow doppelganger and fled. The other cloud ninja had been beaten to the ground by Yifeng's shadow doppelganger. The elite undercover agent of Union Village, who has been operating in Konoha for many years, was solved by Yifeng like this. Want to run? Come here. Yifeng's hands froze, and countless tree roots immediately flew out. Nope. That Shangnin looked back. His field of vision, covered with thick roots, instantly drowned himself. Yifeng sighed. The blood succession limit between the 1,000-hand pillars is really too strong. It's just 5% strength, and it solves a Shangnin. The name of the ninja god is indeed worthy of the name. Zhu Zinai said dumbly, Yifeng, are they all dead? Yifeng shook his head and said, No, they are all arrested. Just wait to see when our reinforcements arrive. At this time, Zhu Zinai blushed and said shyly, Yifeng, can you untie the rope of my hands? Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Wait for the arrival of the yellow flashwave Feng Shui Gate. Respect the original. Reward. C-grade psychic, Little Toad. Option 2. Escort Zhu Zinai to Union Village and become a villain. Rewards. A level ninjutsu, Hell Assault Shiban Junjutsu. Option 3. Untie the hand rope and pick up Zhu Zinai. Reward. Zhu Zinai Good Feeling Point plus 10. Supreme Pack *1. Chapter 4. Yefeng said that he also wanted to respect the original, but the original book did not respect him. Yikid is now comprehending all the ninjutsu between the 1,000-hand pillars, including the level psychic technique Goju Rashomon. In contrast, the reward of option 1, sea-level psychic summoning Little Toad, this is underestimated. As for escorting Zhu Zinai to Union Village, such a yellow-haired plot, Yefeng will definitely not do it. Isn't such a cute, red-haired, little lowly fragrant to bring around. In contrast, the third option, Yefeng said that he was very satisfied. Whether Zhu Zinai's favorability value increases or not, it doesn't matter at all. What matters is the reward behind, the supreme gift package. The previous time you could open an SSS-level character card. What will you get this time? Just as Yefeng was about to loosen Zhu Zinai's hand rope, a yellow figure flew over. Zhu Zinai. The person who came had blonde hair, a cold and resolute face, and a fierce, murderous aura. Bofeng Shuimen finally arrived. He saw Zhu Zinai being held by a person, and his heart suddenly popped out. This person has kidnapped Zhu Zinai. Find death. Instantaneous technique. The figure of the water gate disappeared in a flash. The figure of the water gate suddenly appeared behind Yifeng, and at the same time, the Ku Wu in his hand scratched the back of Yifeng's neck. Yifeng squinted, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Sure enough, it was a yellow flash, very fast. But my reaction is faster. Yifeng dodged the attack of the water gate with his head down. Zhu Zinai suddenly exclaimed, Water gate, no. Bofeng Shuimen missed a move, and the yellow figure had flashed in front of Yifeng again, and at this time, the water gate saw clearly that it was Yifeng. The whole person's eyes widened. Night Maple. It's over, I can't take it anymore. Watergate's movements were faster than his brain, and Ku Wu stabbed into Yifeng's chest. This, I didn't mean to. Watergate was full of guilt in his heart, and he lost his mind for a while, and he actually did such a thing. I didn't see it clearly, was it you Maple? However, in the next second, the Yefeng and Zhu Zinai in front of him turned into wood. Avatar technique. The figures of Yefeng and Zhu Zinai appeared 10 meters away. Zhu Zinai himself doesn't know when he was substituted. But seeing that Yefeng was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief and glared angrily at Watergate. Watergate, what are you doing? Watergate waved his hand with a guilty look and said, I'm sorry, Yefeng. I didn't mean it. I didn't see it clearly just now, and I thought it was an undercover agent in Union Village. Are you all right? Why are you here? Yefeng smiled, didn't say anything, and shot directly. Fighting back is not Yifeng's style. I saw that as soon as Yifeng's foot stepped on it, the ground instantly cracked. All the chakras condensed on his feet, glared hard, and instantly appeared in front of the water gate. Watergate's eyes widened, and his heart was horrified. What a speed! The water gate had only had time to protect his hands in front of him, and he was already kicked away. Tell you not to look at people. Tell you to shoot indiscriminately. The water gate was in the air, and he was constantly punched and kicked by Yi Feng, but he never fell. Remember to look at people later. Next time like this, I'll burst your dog's head. The water gate broke 3 trees in a row before stopping and sliding to the ground. His clothes were all broken, his face was swollen, and his face was sluggish. He was a genius ninja, a man who wanted to become a Hokage and was actually beaten by a crane-tail shinobi. Although Watergate was guilty in his heart, he didn't fight back the moment Yi Feng made a move, but he didn't expect it at all. He just fell behind a move, and he was beaten by Yi Feng. After being sent flying, it is completely out of control. Such combat controllability is terrifying. Could it be that Yi Feng was a peerless genius in battle? Or maybe Yi Feng had been hiding his strength before. Zhu Zinai also stood in place stupidly, watching the water gate being beaten a little badly. But she was even more angry. If it weren't for the avatar technique just now, Ye Feng might have died. Watergate should be hit. At this time, a pitch-black crow flew in the air. The crow's eyes were also pitch black, reflecting the face of a middle-aged man. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Ape Fei Rai looked at the scene reflected in the crystal ball, and his brows furrowed slightly. As a doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Sun / all non-blood succession limit ninjutsu will be used. The crow psychic technique is nothing. He saw through the eyes of the psychic crow in the crystal ball that Yi Feng was using the Mudu avatar technique just now. What matters is not the Mu Dun avatar technique, but the timing of Yi Feng's use of the avatar technique. Although the avatar technique is only a sea-level ninjutsu, it is definitely not simple to be able to use it so well. This is completely wrong with the setting of the tail of the Night Maple Crane. Moreover, the punch and kick just now is very solid. Every punch, every kick is just right. It doesn't feel like a child's fight, like a battle-hardened general bullying a schoolboy. Watergate was bullied too badly. There's something wrong with this kid. Konoha White Fang hasn't arrived yet. At this moment, Konoha White Fang and Kimu Xiumao arrived. He saw the water gate leaning against the tree, and then looked at Ye Feng and Zhu Zinai and frowned. A shinobi appeared here, and the first feeling of Konoha White Fang was that something was wrong. Not far away, several young shinobi fell to the ground, already unconscious. This is all Watergate's handwriting. But how did Watergate get hurt like this? Kimu Xiumao looked at Yi Feng with a puzzled look and said, "Are you Yi Feng? What's going on?" However, Yi Feng ignored Konoha White Fang and walked over to Zhu Xinai. Yi Feng untied Zhu Zinai's hand rope, and a princess hugged him, holding the weak Zhu Zinai in her arms. "Ah, Night Maple, wait!" Zhu Zinai exclaimed softly. No boy had ever hugged her like this. Zhu Zinai covered her face, and she could feel that her face must be crimson and hot. In the faint and gentle moonlight, Yi Feng's flowing black hair was dyed with a layer of silvery white brilliance, which looked particularly different. Zhu Zinai secretly peeked at Yi Feng through his fingers, and his heart fluttered. Ding, complete option 3. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Zhu Zinai good feeling value plus 10. Supreme Pack *1. Chapter 5. Kimu Xiumao saw Ye Feng pick up Zhu Zinai, ignored him and frowned. At this time, Yi Feng looked at Kimu Xiumao and said, "Those Yun Ren are the murderers. I will send her back first." Kimu Xiumao hurriedly said, "Wait, it's dangerous on the road. I'll send you back." "No, thanks." After speaking, Ye Feng hugged Zhu Zinai and jumped gently to the treetops. "Zhu Zinai, let's go back to the village." Zhu Zinai nodded, jumped continuously, and disappeared into the night. Kimu Xiumao saw that Ye Feng was leaving in the direction of Konoha village, and the 3 generations of psychic crows were following, so he did not chase after him. "Watergate, are you all right?" It's okay. Watergate shook his head and got up, looking lonely. His confidence had just been severely hit. Along the way, Watergate was a scholar in the ninja world, but I didn't expect to be abused lightly today. Kaimu Xiumao glanced at the Watergate strangely, and there was an incredible guess in his heart. The injury on the Watergate should not be done by the lower shinobi, right? It is impossible. It must have been injured in the fight with Union Murakami Shinobu. Thinking of this, Kaimu Xiumao said, Watergate, you have worked hard, let me deal with all the next things. Saying that, Kimu Xiumao summoned 8 ninja dogs, bit all the undercover agents of Union Village lying on the ground, and dragged them back. The quiet night sky, the big round moon hanging in the sky, and a secret black crow became the background of Yefeng and Jiu Zinai. Yefeng frowned and looked at the crow. He also felt that it was an eye. Konoha Hokage's office. The little one found my eyeliner. Forget it. Since it's back, there's no need to look at it. Sarutobi smiled, stood up, and left the office leisurely. In the air on Yifeng's side, the crow slammed and turned into nothing. Jiu Zinai did not notice anything, but quietly looked at Yifeng. How did you find me? Asked Jiao Sinai weakly. The sound is completely devoid of the momentum of the past. Such a weak Jiu Zinai has never appeared in Yifeng's memory. Thanks to your hair, such beautiful hair, I saw it at a glance. Jiu Zinai smiled, pinched his hair and said, Really? Ahem. Jiu Zinai's heart suddenly warmed. Her pretty face had a faint blush, and her heart beat very quickly. Yifeng smiled and said, Actually, the first time I saw you, I thought that your long red hair was particularly good-looking. This is what Yifeng's predecessor has always wanted to say, but the predecessor is a war orphan and has always been very cowardly and afraid to say it. Now Yifeng said it for him, and it can be regarded as fulfilling his long-cherished wish. This is also how Yifeng feels when watching anime. Of course, Yifeng sees the live-action Jiu Shinai, which is even better than the anime. The breeze gently blew Jiu Zinai's long red hair, her beautiful cheeks, and her blushing dimples looked beautiful and moving. Yes. Jiu Zinai opened her big eyes, looking at Yifeng's cold face. Her heart was sweet. Is this a confession? At this time, Jiu Zinai found that he had not known Yifeng for a long time. At this time, Jiu Zinai discovered that Yifeng was a very good ninja and a very trustworthy person. Thank you, Yifeng. Jiu Zinai looked shy, took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hug Yifeng's neck, quietly looking at this man who changed her fate. Under the faint moonlight, the figures of Yifeng and Jiu Zinai gradually fused together, just like the heartbeat of the two accelerated. Kushina suddenly remembered what Mrs. Uzumaki Maito had said. We were brought here as containers for tailed beasts, but before that, find love to fill it. In this way, even if you want to live as a 9-tailed human pillar, you can get happiness. She suddenly felt as if she had found this happiness. Ding, Jiu Zinai, good feeling value. Yefeng ignored the system prompts and enjoyed his alone time with Jiu Zinai with peace of mind. However, the system doesn't seem to want to let the overnight maple go so easily. Ding, given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1, send Jiu Zinai back immediately and be a good person. Reward, sea-level ninjutsu. Option 2, put down your arms and fight against the thunder shadow that invaded the border and be a hero. Reward, blood succession limit, white eyes. Option 3, enjoy this wonderful night quietly and do nothing. Reward, forbidden technique, dirt rebirth. Originally, I wanted to be a good person, but seeing sea-level ninjutsu, I couldn't bear it. Thunder shadow invasion, shut me up. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, jumping between the trees, and suddenly deviated from direction, not the way to the gate of Konoha village. Jiu Zinai exhaled softly. Yifeng, where are you taking me? You'll find out later. Yifeng walked through the woods, jumping back and forth between the mountains and rocks, and Zhu Zinai in his arms suddenly lit up his eyes. Two huge mountain rock figures appeared in front of him. Yes, Hokage Rock. Under the bright moonlight, the portraits on the fire shadow rock had a solemn feeling. At this time, there were only two people on the Hokage Rock, namely the first generation of Thousand Hands Pillar and the second generation of Thousand Hands Pillar. 3 generations of apes flying to the sun in the prime of life have not yet retired, naturally will not do such a stupid thing to lose their value. Ding, discover the Hokage Rock, check in successfully, and reward S-level time and space ninjutsu, the art of flying thunder god. Yifeng didn't expect that on a whim, there would be an unexpected surprise. The flying thunder god technique is an S-class time-space ninjutsu developed by the second generation senjutsu and belongs to a type of instantaneous technique. Using the spell to achieve teleportation, the caster will leave the flying thunder god technique on the target beforehand, which can make the caster or objects indirectly in contact with the caster chakra teleport. It is also the famous ninjutsu of the yellow flash wave Feng Shui Gate. In an instant, all the knowledge about the flying thunder god art appeared in Yifeng's mind, and he immediately learned it. The current wave Feng Shui Gate has not yet learned the art of flying thunder god, but Yifeng has taken a step ahead of others and learned the art of flying thunder god. Let me down. Zhu Zinai was pleasantly surprised, standing on the head of a generation of thousand-hand pillars, joyful. Yifeng sat down, smiled, and said, "Haven't you been here?" "No, I always wanted to come, but they wouldn't come." Zhu Shina overlooked the entire Konoha village from the top of the Hokage Rock, and it was already night, lit up, and there was a warm feeling. "It's so pretty." Zhu Zinai also sat down next to Yifeng, dangling his calves. The little hand accidentally touched Yifeng and immediately retracted like a little rabbit. Yifeng directly reached out and grabbed Zhu Zinai's small hand and held it tightly. Zhu Zinai suddenly blushed and withdrew his hand forcefully, but the movement was too large, and he slid directly from the top of the Hokage Rock. Ugh! Zhu Zinai exhaled softly, only to find a few thick branches that supported him from below. The root carried Zhu Zinai back, and Zhu Zinai's face turned red. She felt like she was really stupid. Almost fell. Fortunately, it was Night Maple who was there. Zhu Zinai looked at the roots of the tree and retracted again, looked at Yifeng curiously and said, "Yifeng, how did you get Mudan?" Now Zhu Zinai is a little doubtful. Yifeng should not be an illegitimate son of a generation or an illegitimate grandson, right? Otherwise, how could Mudan use it so brilliantly? At this time, at the gate of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hinata and Lady Sarutobi Wako, as well as a generation of old lady Uzumaki Maito, specially waited at the door for the return of Yifeng and Kushinai. And then it turns out, what about people? Where did they go? Chapter 6. Yifeng, you know what? My dream before was to be the first female Hokage. The first female Hokage. I can hear the calluses in my ears. Zhu Zinai smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, now I know that in order to realize my dreams, you must have great power, but unfortunately I don't." Yefeng looked at Zhu Zinai and smiled. Zhu Zinai puffed out his mouth and said, "What are you laughing at? Since it is a dream, how can you give up easily? Isn't it the female Hokage? I think you can. In the near future, you will be the nine-tailed pillar force. Just imagine, the female version of Naruto, why can't she be a Hokage?" When Zhu Zinai heard Yifeng's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. "What about you?" I'm a salted fish. Well, I suddenly felt that it was not bad to guard Konoha. Just when Yokid said that he wanted to be a salted fish, another voice appeared in his heart, that is, guarding Konoha. Yefeng could feel that it was after he fused the character card between the 1,000-hand pillars, and he was also affected by the ninja path between the 1,000-hand pillars. The original idea was that as long as you protect the village, you can sacrifice yourself. It's just that this concept, Yefeng does not agree. The layout of the village is too small. Yefeng saw that it was the entire ninja world, the entire continent. In the end, I don't think guarding Konoha can be regarded as big love, only small love. Ju Shina chuckled and said, "Your words are so strange. Guarding Konoha is just Zairoi. So what is great love?" Yefeng looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky and said, "Great love, of course. It is the unification of the ninja world, world peace. You say we Konoha inherit the will of fire. Others have the will of water, the will of thunder, the will of earth, the will of wind, and people in different villages have their own will. All villages, all countries must guard the will in their hearts, and there will definitely be conflicts, which is the root cause of many ninja world wars. If there was only one will in the entire ninja world, would it be able to fight?" Ju Zinai snorted and said, "Crooked heresy. In this case, do not talk nonsense in the village, you know." 1 hour later, Ju Zinai looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, it's too late now, let's go." Yifeng clapped his palms and stood up. Ju Zinai also stood up. Yifeng smiled and directly pushed Ju Zinai down. Ugh. Ju Zinai exhaled softly and hugged Yifeng tightly. Yifeng threw a flying thunder god technique style ku wu in the air and plunged straight into the village wall below. Ah, we fell. As soon as the words fell, Ju Zinai found that he had arrived at the wall of the village. This is the first time Yefeng has tried to use the flying thunder god technique, and the consumption of chakra is a bit large. No wonder it is a forbidden technique. Like the multiple shadow avatars, chakra is not enough to be used. Yefeng glanced at it, and another reason was that the skill level was too low. If the skill level is increased, the consumption of chakra should be reduced a lot. As for how to improve the skill level, you should practice your skills. Ju Shinai asked with a curious look, "Is this ninjutsu?" Yefeng smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone else." Ju Zinai nodded blankly. At the gate of Konoha village, the third generation and the others had been waiting for more than an hour. Uzumaki Maito looked at Sarutobi Hinata indifferently and said, "3 generations of Hokage, what's going on?" Although Uzumaki Maito has long ignored the internal affairs of the village, as the first old lady, Uzumaki Maito is a senior wife of 3 generations in terms of generation. Ape Fei Rai slashed in front of Uzumaki Maito and did not dare to make a second attempt and quickly said, "Old lady, it's all blamed for the negligence in the next moment, but there is no evil intention in looking at Yi Feng. Maybe where did he take Ju Zinai to play?" Sarutobi Rai scolded Night Kid in his heart, who in the village does not know Uzumaki Maito lost his son in his old age, and he valued his granddaughter Tsunade the most, and there was also Ju Shinai, the successor of Renjulai. Now Yoki doesn't know where to take Ju Shinai, and Uzumaki Maito is now asking for guilt, and he is going to be miserable. Uzumaki Maito looked at the ape flying sun Chop coldly and said, "Ape flying sun Chop, it's so late, what else is fun?" Sarutobi knew that Uzumaki Maito was angry and quickly said, "Old lady, I must find them out in the next place." Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. "Grandma Maito." Uzumaki Maito looked back and saw that Ju Shina had thrown himself into his arms. "Ju Zinai, are you all right?" Ju Shina shook his head and said, "Grandma Maito, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were waiting here." Uzumaki Maito said very kindly, "It's okay, Ju Shinai, where did you go to play?" "We went there." Ju Zinai pointed at Hokage Rock and said. Uzumaki Maito looked at the first generation on the Hokage Rock, and then at Yokid, This young man's temperament was a little similar to that of his husband Senjuju. Am I too old and dizzy? Young man, are you? Yi Feng was in awe. In the next Yi Feng, I have seen the first old lady. This is the oldest ninja in the village, and one of the strongest ninjas in the village, the current nine-tailed man Zhuli. Although old, the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse. Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, very good, young man. I heard that you will be Mu Duan. Can you show the old body? Yakid could feel that Uzumaki Maito was not malicious, and with a flick of his hand, small green saplings immediately grew on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Ape Fei Richer couldn't help but ask, Yi Feng, when are you? Yi Feng shrugged and said, when I went to rescue Ju Zinai today, I was seriously injured by Union Shangren, and I don't know why, so I suddenly awakened. Awakened the blood succession limit. Yes, it just suddenly became like this. Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Maito. Uzumaki Maito nodded and said, it's the breath of the Thousand Hands clan, not the kind of artificial breath. I didn't expect Yefeng, you are also the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, and you also awakened the blood succession limit. Saying that, Uzumaki Maito's voice choked a little. The inheritance of the Thousand Hands clan has not been broken, even if the old body is dead now. There is no guilt in going down to the 9 springs to see the pillars. Sarutobi Biwa Lake hurriedly comforted and said, don't say this, old lady. This is the luck of the Senju clan, and it is also the luck of Konoha. The 3 generations also echoed, yes, we have another young talent in Konoha. Uzumaki Maito smiled and looked at Yokid and Kushner like seeing the young pillar and himself. Otherwise, go home and match them. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Maito said kindly, Yikid Ju Shinai, let's go back. Chapter 7. Go back. Yikid was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't he go back to the residence of the Uzumaki clan with Uzumaki Maito and Ju Shinai? He moved out when he was 10 years old and lived alone by the river outside the village. Because Ju Zinai was too violent, Yefeng was beaten badly, plus growing up, men and women were not intimate. Yefeng simply ran away from home. Yi Feng didn't expect that there would be a day to go back. Uzumaki Maito looked at Yokid lovingly and said, yes, you won't live outside by yourself in the future. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, hey, the old lady doesn't need it. I'm used to being free alone. Ju Zinai was originally very happy, but when he heard Ye Feng refuse, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Did he fight too much night maple before? Ape Flying Biwa Lake said, Ye Feng, let you move back in. It is also for your own good. Moreover, when you go back, you will also have a companion with Ju Zinai. Ju Zinai's face suddenly turned red, and he secretly glanced at Yi Feng. Ape Flying Sun Chopper also said, yes, you have awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands clan, and it is really not safe to live outside. Uzumaki Maito nodded and said, Yikid, you live outside. You really don't feel at ease. Can you accommodate my wife? Old lady, you are serious. Yefeng muttered and said, I'll move back, but give me 1 night to pack my things. Yefeng, do you need help? Ju Zinai asked softly. No need. See you tomorrow, Ju Zinai. Yefeng smiled and said. Ape Fei Richer coughed and said, Yefeng, Ju Zinai, come to my office at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Got it, Naruto-sama. Yefeng agreed, turned around and left. Ju Shinai looked at Yikid reluctantly, and Maito Uzumaki next to her smiled lovingly. She could see the little girl's thoughts. Ape Fei Rai sighed. The village has not been peaceful recently. Unexpectedly, Lei Ying and the 8-tailed man, Zhu Li, both went undercover to save Union and crossed the line, which was too bold. Shuo Mao and Shuo Men were both injured and returned, but fortunately, they just lost those cloud-hidden undercover agents and did not lose their lives. It was also for this reason that they were not worried that Yefeng lived outside alone. And not only the danger of other ninja villages, but also the undercurrent inside the village. If it weren't for someone inside the village to help Union go undercover, Ju Zinai wouldn't have been robbed so easily. Yifeng went back to his one-story log cabin by the river and lay down directly. Today's day's harvest is really too much. Character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, the flying thunder god technique, and the rebirth of dirty earth. And Ju Zinai. From today onwards, the plot has changed, and with my help, this chick may really be able to become the first female Hokage. There is also a supreme gift package that has not been opened yet. Ding, do you want to open the supreme gift pack? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level psychic inheritance, Dragon Earth Cave. Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, the inheritance place of the same name as Mairomu Mountain and the Wet Bone Forest, is inhabited by a large number of snakes, among which the high-rise big snake is good at using fairy arts, and the white snake immortal lives on the throne deep in the Dragonland Cave. Please explore for yourself. Yi Feng looked at the scroll that suddenly appeared in his hand and pondered. This is the inheritance scroll of Longdi Cave, and you can enter Longdi Cave by opening the scroll, which contains the inheritance of various small snakes and big snakes. The big snake Pill's psychic beast Big Snake, 3-headed snake, and 10,000 snakes are all high-level big snakes among them. Sasyuk's psychic beast, Little Green Snake, is also a member of the family. It's really interesting. I don't know if it's the ninja god 1,000-hand pillar is powerful, or the white snake immortal is powerful. However, tonight, there is really a fate with Longdi Cave. Yefeng looked out the window, and at the window there were one small white snake after another, the snake letter swallowed, and his eyes flashed with light. At the same time, Yefeng could sense that around the house, hundreds of small white snakes were pouring into the house densely. An extremely cold malice enveloped the entire room. It's a big snake pill. Yi Feng moved gently, and countless tree roots appeared on the ground, instantly hanging all the little white snakes on the ground. Good, good. An extremely cold voice appeared. Yi Feng looked out the window, and Orochimaru was standing by the river, looking at himself with interest. Wild and dangerous gaze, and that seeping snake smile. This was the first time Yefeng had seen the big snake pill. Hey! Orochimaru's ears sounded Yefeng's sigh, and he actually made himself feel a trace of danger. Hey! Dark magic. This illusion is to create a dark environment that blocks the opponent's vision, and in complete darkness, only the caster can see clearly. It is an illusion that hallucinates vision and takes away all light. In the dark world that seems to have descended from pitch black, even powerful people can only be forced to reveal their position. This teenager is really so funny. There is even a dark technique of the 1,000 Hands clan. It's a replica of the original. Orochimaru's eyes emitted a dangerous light. This person is full of secrets. I must capture it back for experiments. Living experimental subjects are worth more than the corpses of the first generation. At this time, Yifeng's voice came from the ears of the big snake pill. My house has been damaged a lot. You have to compensate. Before the words fell, a piercing sound broke out in the back of his head. Orochimaru's heart was very dangerously alert. Body fixing. Although the body fixing technique is a D-level ninjutsu that Shinobi also knows how to use, but now the great snake pill is used, and even Konoha White Fang can be restrained. However, with a loud bang, the big snake pill was directly kicked and exploded by Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng was fixed, the force was too great, the speed was too fast, and the inertia was still there. Blood splattered. A small white snake shattered into countless segments and fell to the ground. Avatar. Yifeng's pupils shrank, and a fierce killing intent appeared on his body. It's really a big snake pill. The big snake pill suddenly appeared 10 meters away, and a bloodstain appeared on his face, and he was still injured if he didn't completely dodge it just now. If it's 0.1 seconds late, you'll probably have a headshot. Chapter 8. It's so interesting. This is a strange force. The physical skills of the Thousand Hands clan, which can burst out powerful air currents through the air. Are you really an orphan of the Thousand Hands clan? At this time, the big snake pill also became completely serious. Hidden shadow, snake hand. However, the big snake pill went in the wrong direction. The dark technique limits the vision of the big snake pill, and in the eyes of the big snake pill, the perspective is dark, and nothing can be seen, and he can only rely on intuition. Then Orochimaru's intuition was wrong, and several hideous pythons shot out from the cuffs and frantically output into the air. At this time, the big snake pill found that he was a little careless. He had just received a lot of injuries, and he originally thought that he could suppress the other party, capture the other party, and go back to the laboratory, study it well, and see if he could find out the secret of the Thousand Hands clan. I didn't expect this guy to be so tricky. The cold moonlight, the ground was a white flower, but in the vision of the big snake pill, it was pitch black, and the 5 fingers could not be seen. At this time, there was a whistling wind sound behind the big snake pill's head. Behind. The big snake pill quickly lowered his head, and suddenly a painful look appeared on his face. Lumbago. Bend over too fast. Blood was oozing out. Not good. Orochimaru knew that something was going to happen. Avatar. Bang. Bang. However, the stand-in technique also did not work. Yefeng hit the stand-in with the first blow, and in the second blow, the big snake pill had already felt the sharp fist wind blowing on his face. Instantaneous technique. Orochimaru jerked back and sighed. At a young age, he has such a fighting talent. He is simply a genius. Whether it was the position or the timing, he grasped it so accurately, and with his fists and feet alone, he was forced to retreat. It's not like a shinobi at all. Although the physical skills of the big snake pill are not good, they are also shadow-level powerhouses like the 3rd generation of Shicheng, and the physical skills of the general ninja may not be as good as the big snake pill. To clean up the brat who had just awakened the blood succession limit, he actually failed. Just like the continuous attack just now, that kind of terrifying momentum, I'm afraid that one punch can defeat ordinary Shangren. Yifeng didn't expect that the big snake pill would retreat like this. This is the Konoha Legend 3 Shinobi. It's a bit weak. Although it is a little stronger than Bofeng Shuaimen, it is not much stronger. The performance of the big snake pill made Yefeng a little disappointed. Come again. Yefeng still didn't feel too addicted. Orochimaru was furious. Originally, he was concerned about his injuries and didn't want to cause too much movement, so he just used 30% of his strength. Now you really think that my big snake pill is a bully. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru lowered his head and took out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Stop! Suddenly, a huge King Kong ruby stick fell from the sky. It smashed between the big snake pill and Yifeng, separating the two. The big snake pill was knocked off again, fell heavily on the ground, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, Night Feng's dark technique was also cracked. The big snake pill regained his vision, and the moment he saw the King Kong ruby stick, he put away the Kusanagi sword. Ape Fei Rai chopped down, put away the King Kong ruby stick, and quickly looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, are you okay? Before he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Looking back, I saw how the big snake pill fell to the ground. What's going on? Sarutobi frowned. The big snake pill was actually beaten and vomited blood. It seems that Yefeng is not simple. Yifeng pointed at the ape-flying sun's slash and said, 3 generations of adults. It was your King Kong rod that smashed him. How? Is that me? The big snake pill had blood on his mouth and said with a smile, Teacher, it's nothing. I just heard that someone suddenly awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands clan, and I was curious to test it. Be bold. Ape Fei Rai looked at the big snake pill with a scowl on his face. The big snake pill didn't come back to report at the first time. Come here to test. You're just daring. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is really angry. Not long ago, a generation of old ladies said that they wanted Yefeng to go back, in case something happened to Yefeng. How could he explain to a generation of old ladies? The great snake pill did not go through the temptation he agreed to, and he was already angry with the ape-flying sun. This guy of the big snake pill, who originally hoped to inherit his mantle, has now done so. Yifeng, what is going on with the big snake pill? I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Saying that, ape-flying sun, Chopper took the big snake pill away. Yifeng looked at the ape-flying sun and thought to himself, this will not be the 3rd generation of old men. Let the big snake pill test himself. Think about it. Although the 3 generations of old men are soft-hearted, they should not do such a thing. It should be that the big snake pill this guy is interested in himself. But Yifeng didn't care at all. His strength was improving every day. Not surprisingly, within a year, he will completely fuse the character card between the 1,000 hand pillars and get the full strength of the 1,000 hand pillars. Besides, today's big snake pill was taken away by the ape-flying sun slash like this, and he will not trouble himself in a short time. When Yifeng's strength was raised another notch, it was Yifeng's turn to go to the big snake pill to discuss the experience of soil rebirth. Chapter 9. Back at the village gate, the Uchiha clan who kept vigil bowed respectfully to Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Naruto-sama. Lord Orochimaru. Ape-Fei Richu nodded and said with a smile, hard work. Then he looked at the big snake pill and said, is your abdomen okay? Orochimaru smiled and said, it's okay, teacher, as long as you do pursue what happened just now. HMPH, do you still know the seriousness of the matter? Orochimaru shook his head and said, teacher, he shouldn't be the 1st generation. Ape-Fei Rai looked at the big snake pill coldly and said, don't talk nonsense, otherwise at that time, the Uzumaki clan would not have allowed him to live here for so long. But now, the old lady Mito regards him as her own, and tomorrow he will move back to the old lady's side, and it is difficult for me to do things like this. So that's it, it's okay, teacher. I deliberately let him just now, and I didn't hurt him at all. Ape-Fei Rai glanced at the big snake pill, half convinced. The big snake pill was still reminiscing about the battle with Yefeng just now. Although he didn't give his best, he also had a hunch that the other party also had more whole cards. What are the whole cards? It seems to catch him and go back to study R. Sarutobi suddenly asked, who told you that? When I rescued Kimu Shuomao and Bofeng Shuomen, they said. Ape-Fei Rai glanced at the blood-oozing abdomen of the big snake pill and said, even so, you shouldn't be tempted. The experiment of the primary cell has long been stopped. Orochimaru smiled and said, teacher, I think you can still fight for it. No, it's definitely not. Ape-Fei Rai Chopper interrupted him and said, don't talk about the original cells. You still want to use the only awakened blood succession limit of the 1,000 Hands family to do experiments. Are you looking for death? The big snake pill hurriedly said, teacher, I only need a little blood, just a little, for the 1,000 Hands clan. A little blood is nothing at all. Ape-Fei Rai shook his head and said, if you say no, you can't. Orochimaru sighed. Okay, I know, teacher. I'm just curious. I don't have other ideas. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Wait a minute. You rest for 2 days and continue to go back to monitor the movements of Union Village. Teacher, I have been seriously injured, and I need to recuperate for at least half a year. Ape Fei Rai Chop looked at the big snake pill. Such an injury, a month will do. You raise it for half a year. You go to Union Village to hide, and it's never too late to recuperate. Today, my breath was exposed, and I am afraid that I was remembered by the eight-tailed human pillar force. Teacher, do you always want me to die in Union? Ape Fei Richo took a deep breath and said, Don't give me these useful and useless things. Where you recuperate is to recuperate. The 3 ninja lines of Konoha, even if you go to Union Village now, it will not be difficult for you. Don't bother Yefeng anymore. Not only my gaze, but also the eyes of others, are paying attention to him. If you really cause something, I can't protect you. Orochimaru smiled and said, Don't worry, teacher. I won't do anything stupid, and ask the teacher to send someone else to monitor Union Village. Hey, Orochimaru, I haven't promised you yet you come back. Orochimaru smiled and said, Teacher, I recommend Yifeng. I think it is appropriate for him to go to Union. He has the ability to protect himself. At the same time, whether it is in the village or other ninja villages, no one knows his details. After speaking, the big snake pill head left without looking back. Hey, forget it. Let the big snake pill rest for a while. He has also worked hard. Ape Fei Raichopper still couldn't bear the heart and sighed. I was also thinking about the last words of the big snake pill. Yifeng going to Union Village. The big snake pill also makes sense. Yifeng is too advantageous. But now the last inheritance of the Thousand Hands clan is on Yifeng. If something happens, I really can't be the first teacher. The next morning, the morning sun rose. The sun came into view, and the night maple yawned. Why are you here so early? Yokid wiped his eyes, and the doorway opened directly, and a tree root tied a ninja with a mask on his face came in. The ninja looked at Yokid with a look of horror. Before he came, but he had checked the information. How could a lower shinobi tie himself up as a middle shinobi? And his own chakra is still draining. What's going on? Nakato immediately said, Yifeng, Lord Chuanzo invites you to his house for a while. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1, go to the house of the group and become the Dark of Konoha. Reward, B-level ninjutsu, wind escape vacuum wave. Option 2, go to the Hokage's office, meet Sarutobi Hinata, and become a new star of Konoha. Reward, C-grade ninjutsu, telescopic art. Option 3, don't go anywhere, be a salted fish, automatically upgrade. Rewards, 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars, 10 times the experience point of all ninjutsu, not included with character cards. Does this still need to be chosen? Option 3, of course. When a salted fish, upgrade automatically. Yefeng directly threw the Narconin in front of him out of the door and lay down again. Find death. This root was furious and did not put their root and Chuanzang in their eyes like this. He thought about it, but still had no impulse and immediately ran back to report. Yifeng looked at the fusion degree of the character card between the 1,000 hand pillars and woke up after sleeping last night, which increased from the initial 5% to 5.1%. After another hour of sleep, Yifeng looked again, and the fusion level increased from 5.1% to 5.2%. Lie in the groove, 1 hour and 1 night. It's really salted fish that has a future. It's just that there's nothing here. It's a bit boring. Yifeng thought about it, left the Flying Thunder God technique for Ku Wu, threw it out, and in the next second, the person arrived at Ku Wu. It seems to be quite fast to practice skills like this. Therefore, Yefeng himself practiced the art of taking off the God of Thunder, flying without chaos, and his experience points rose sharply. At this time, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi had an ugly face. It's 10 o'clock, and Yefeng hasn't come yet. Uzumaki Maito, as well as Ju Shinai and Orochimaru, are also in the office. Night Maple released their pigeons. Chapter 10. The Big Snake Pill specially apologized for yesterday's reckless behavior, but as a result, Yefeng did not come. It's so funny, this young man. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he felt the urge to immediately take him away to unpack and do experiments. Uzumaki Maito glanced at the Big Snake Pill and said with a bad face, Sarutobi, I know that you wanted to do a lot of research to resurrect the original Mew escape secret technique with the strength of the whole village, but that proved to be a wrong path, and it has been banned, like last night. Don't do it again. Ape Fei Rai nodded and said, Yes, old lady, I have already warned the Big Snake Pill, and the Big Snake Pill has also recognized his mistake, and there will definitely be no such mistake in the future. The Big Snake Pill's skin smiled and said without smiling, Mrs. Maito, I won't be like that in the future. Next time, I will definitely do my best to take Yefeng in an instant, not giving him a chance to fight back. And now, the priority is to transfer Yefeng out of Konoha village. There is a good opportunity in front of you, and Union Village is in need of a reliable and powerful person to lurk in. If I can recommend Yefeng to enter Union Village, my Big Snake Pill will have a chance. How about I go to his house, and maybe he forgot? Orochimaru suggested. Old Body and Ju Zinai, just go. Uzumaki Maito snorted and said. Ape Fei Rai said with a deep groan, Old lady, let's go and see what is going on. Yifeng did not expect that he released the pigeon of the Ape Flying Sun Chopper, and the Ape Flying Sun Chop actually took the initiative to come. How? Yoki bounced up on the bed and looked out the window at the old lady Maito of Uzumaki, Kushina, the third generation of Hokage, and the scientist Orochimaru, who was walking towards him. He was still training ninjutsu in his imagination just now. Yefeng experimented with different methods and found that being a salted fish is not simple. Lying in bed and training in the imagination, the improvement of ninjutsu is the highest. Therefore, Yefeng was lying on the bed just now to train. Of course, in the eyes of the old lady Uzumaki Maito and the 3 generations of Hokage, as well as Orochimaru, Yokid was sleeping lazily. The 3rd generation of Hokage couldn't help but say, Good morning, don't train well, improve your strength, and actually sleep, it's simply a waste of good time. Uzumaki Maito snorted and said, It's not because you were too tired last night, only to rest until now. Orochimaru smiled and did not speak. And Ju Zinai saw Yefeng sitting on the bed and beckoned sharply. Yi Feng immediately jumped out of the window. Ju Shinai, old lady, 3rd generation Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-kan, good morning. Saying that, Yefeng also yawned. A glance at the fusion degree of character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, good guy. It is already 5.3%. The Flying Thunder God technique and Dirt Rebirth have both been upgraded to level 2, and their perception has also improved. Maybe these 2 forbidden arts, now in the ninja world, Yefeng is the most proficient person. After all, the 2nd generation of the original creator of the Flying Thunder God art has been hung up, and Watergate has not yet learned the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the rebirth of Dirt, seeing that the Big Snake Pill is now like a good baby around the 3 generations, I know that the Big Snake Pill should not be as frustrating as the experiment after that. Therefore, the forbidden experience of soil rebirth is probably inferior to Yi Feng. Seeing that his teacher was silent, Orochimaru snorted and said, Yokid, don't you put Hokage words in your eyes now and tell you to come to Hokage's office at 9 a.m. What time is it now? Without waiting for Yefeng to explain, old lady Maito Uzumaki said kindly, "Yefeng, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable somewhere?" "Old lady, I rested well last night. The main thing is that I don't have time to watch here, and I don't know how quickly time passes when I sleep in bed." After speaking, Yefeng looked at the third generation of Hokage and said, "Third generation Hokage-sama, is there something wrong?" If nothing happened, I went back to sleep. The corners of Ape Flying Sunchop's mouth twitched. Yefeng was so lazy, it was simply a waste of talent. Moreover, this guy really doesn't put himself in his eyes. I have never seen a young person with such an attitude towards himself. Ahem, Big Snake Pill, you apologize to Yefeng first. The Big Snake Pill glanced at Yifeng, stood a step forward, bowed to Yifeng and said, "Yifeng-kun, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble last night." Yefeng waved his hand and said, "It's okay." When Ape Flying Sun saw Yifeng's such generous appearance, his good impression of Yifeng recovered a lot. At least this young man's heart was there. "Yifeng, it's like this. After our high-level investigation and research, you performed well in the rescue operation last night and decided to give you exemption from the Zhongnin exam and promote the qualification of Zhongnin. From now on, you are Zhong Shinobi." The envisioned picture in Ape Fei Rich's mind was Yifeng's face full of smiles, and he accepted it gladly. However, Yifeng said, "I refuse. It's good to be patient, Yifeng. I will never be promoted to middle tolerance." Everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, the interface of the system appeared in Yifeng's mind again. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Accept the title of Naka Shinobi gladly and become a rising star in Konoha. Reward. Sea-level ninjutsu, the 3 major knives of windmill manipulation. Option 2. Refuse the opportunity to be exempt from the test, indicating that you will take the Zhongnin exam. Reward. Tier B physique, meet bullet needle chariot. Option 3. Directly reject the title of Zhongnin. It's good to be able to endure Yefeng, never promote Zhongnin. Rewards. 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars, A-level ninjutsu, Thunder Dun Chidori. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Does this still need to be chosen? Chapter 11. Knight Yifeng, what are you talking about? Ju Zinai said anxiously. Uzumaki Maito and the 3 generations of Hokage both frowned. The Big Snake Pill cursed in his heart and lay down. Originally, after Yefeng accepted the title of Zhongnin, even if he didn't go undercover in Union Village, even if it was just a B-level mission, the Big Snake Pill would be able to make some accidents. Unexpectedly, Yefeng directly refused the granting of the title of Naka Shinobi. Shinobu can only accept D-level missions and C-level missions. If you accept the lowest D-level task, if the Big Snake Pill wants to come hard, I'm afraid that his identity will be exposed on the same day. Even if it is a C-level task, if the Big Snake Pill does not reveal his identity, I'm afraid that he will have to plan for at least 3 months. The Big Snake Pill looked at Yefeng deeply. Was this his great wisdom and foolishness? Had he expected it earlier, or was it just a coincidence? Uzumaki Maito hated iron and said, "Ye kid, what are you talking nonsense? Do you endure it like you've been living your whole life?" Yifeng said directly, "Old lady, I think it's good to be able to endure. What's wrong with Zia patience? Are you willing to be an inferior, endurant forever? Why is Shinobu inferior? I think that the lower shinobi is the top pillar of Konoha, and these Shimo shinobi, which account for the vast majority, are the most powerful force of Konoha. It is their weight that has led to Konoha's today. Without the obscure sacrifice of the shinobi in one ninja battle and the second ninja war, Konoha has the current prosperous age. The first and second generations are great, but the vast number of subordinates under their leadership are also great. As a shinobi, I feel proud. and don't have the idea of being promoted. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was originally very angry, but when he heard Yifeng's words, his face completely changed. Yifeng's words shocked the Ape Flying Sun very much. Ape Fei Rai introspected in his heart. In the past few years, is it because he is in the position of Hokage? He has distanced himself from the vast lower patience and ignored the vast lower patience. Old Mrs. Uzumaki Maito was also lost in thought. Ju Zinai was watching from the side, and he was also a little dumbfounded. What does Yifeng mean by this? It's good to be tolerant. Listening to him say this, it seems to be quite honorable to be a subordinate. Yifeng doesn't care if it's great or not, whether it's glorious or not. This 1,000-hand pillar character card fusion speed plus 10 times is really fragrant. After 2 consecutive selections, the fusion speed is already 20 times. An hour now is equivalent to 20 hours yesterday. Suddenly, Ape Fei Rai thought about whether he had been fooled by Yifeng. Promotion to middle patients has nothing to do with whether you can afford to look at the vast number of lower patients. This guy doesn't want to bear the responsibility of forbearance. Ape Fei Richo looked deeply at Yifeng and said, "Yes, Yifeng, I think you have a point, and it is very good to be able to endure, so you really don't plan to be promoted to middle patients." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Thank you for the kindness of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Yifeng wants to be an ordinary and ordinary shinobi." The corner of Ape Fei Rai's mouth twitched. "You have awakened the blood succession limit. You still want to be ordinary. You still want to be ordinary. You tease me to play, right?" Uzumaki Maito whispered to Sarutobi Hinata, "Sarutobi, when I go back, I will persuade him again. He is still young and insensible." Ape Fei Rai was tired, nodded and said, "Hey, okay, then let's do it first." For the first time in his life, he was rejected like this, and Ape Fei Rai was not in the mood, turned around and left. Hokage is also very busy, and he doesn't have time to accompany Zyro to fool around here. Recently, there has been a lot of movement on the side of Union Village, and Thunder Shadow and 8-tailed human pillar force have come out to make trouble. According to the news obtained by the big snake pill lurking, Union Village has captured the 2nd-tailed beast, the 2-tailed brigade a few years ago. This time he took away Ju Zinai in order to find a person for Erwei Yuli. Ju Zinai is naturally the best choice. This time, Lei Ying and Yaoi Ren Zhuli personally stepped across the border to rescue the undercover agent. Although the big snake pill paid the price of serious injuries and saved Kimu Xiumao and Bofeng Shuaimen, he still captured an undercover agent. But Ape Flying Sun knew that Union Village would not stop like this. Union Village must still have a backhand. Konoha also had to prevent something like the kidnapping of Kushina from happening again. How martial law should be imposed in the village, how it should be prevented, these things must be discussed. Not only Union Village, but Yanian Village has recently begun to recruit troops according to spies, and they are ready to move. Precious peace, less than 10 years old, is war going to start again? Thinking of this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but sigh. The Ape Flying Sun cut away, and the big snake pill naturally took a deep look at Yifeng and also turned and left. Uzumaki Maito sighed. "You kid, did you pack your things?" Yifeng nodded. "In fact, there is nothing to pack, just a few sets of clothes." In this way, Yokid followed Uzumaki Maito home. This is the small courtyard in memory, with green and green inside, and birds singing and flowers. You can vaguely see someone walking around inside. Being able to occupy such a large place in the center of the village shows the status of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, "Yakid, welcome back. In the past, we Vortex ignored you." Yefeng waved his hand and said, "It's okay, old lady, I used to like quiet, but now it seems that this place is also very good." "Just like it, Yifeng. Your house is over there, Ju Zinai. You take him over to put things and clean up. Yes, Grandma Mito. Ju Zinai's face was a little hot, and he lived under the same roof as Yi Fengjun, so nervous. Ye Feng followed Ju Zinai to his house, and he looked good. Come in and sit. Ju Zinai blushed and said, No need, my room is next to it. After that, Ju Zinai ran away very shyly. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment. Was Ju Zinai hinting at something? A root headquarters. In a dark and damp office. Tuan Zhang looked at all the information of Yi Feng, and his face was surprised. Is it really a war orphan picked up on the way to pick up Uzumaki Ju Shina? Such a coincidence. It turned out to be the orphan of the Thousand Hands clan. It was also such a coincidence. When facing a crisis of life and death, he awakened the blood succession limit. All coincidence. The information of the root members should be correct. But that's too much of a coincidence. Tuan Zhang still couldn't believe it. Or was it the final struggle between the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan? Ye Feng rejected 3 generations. Yes, Danzo-sama. He directly rejected the title of Narca Ninja. The kneeling mask, Shinobu, said. He also said that it is very good to be shinobi. Don't look down on Shinobu. Shinobu is the pillar of Konoha, and Shinobu will always be the most powerful force in Konoha. What to say is to practice the line of lower patience and condense the power of lower patience. Tuan Zhang suddenly laughed. Nonsense. What is the patience? Elite upper ninja and even shadow-level powerhouses is the key to determining whether a ninja village is strong or not. He doesn't want to see me. Bring him. In any case, this last orphan of the Thousand Hands clan is an unstable factor. And his active cells, very useful to himself, must be controlled in his own hands. If you refuse to agree, then you will be strangled. Mask Shinobu immediately said, Elder Tuan's, this matter will be given to the next. Please rest assured. Tuan Zhang pondered and said, Be quick and ruthless. You alone or not safe. Bring all 10 people from the roots. Yes, Danzo-sama. Also, don't do it in the Whirlpool courtyard. Wait for him to come out. Chapter 12. 10 people in the root, the strongest elite in the root organization. Eugen organized 3 elite shinobi. Oil Girl to take the root, Oil Girl Ryoma, Yamanaka K's led by 10 assassination troops. Legend has it that the 10 of them joined forces and could destroy a small village overnight. If the root organization is the Dark of Konoha, then the root 10 people are the strongest executors of the Dark. Under Tuan Zhang's order, the 10 members of the root division had already begun to operate, and each took his place. Around the Whirlpool courtyard, there is eyeliner all over the root tissue. At the gate of the small courtyard, a wooden child was poking ants with branches, and when he looked closely, the branch he was holding in his hand actually grew small shoots at the top. And in the courtyard, Ye Feng slept on the bed, looking at his own attribute panel. Name, Ye Feng. Strength, ordinary Shangnin. Position, Shinobu. Character card, SSS level Senju Pillar, fusion degree 5.79%. Blood succession boundary, God level Muden, character card comes with it. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Reincarnation LV3, Thunder Thousand Birds LV1. The character card between the Thousand Hand pillars is too strong, just 5% fusion. It is already the elite upper ninja level. It's normal for Ki to think about it overnight, but the Thousand Hand pillar is a ninja god, a strong man of the same level as Uchiha. When Uchiha was at his strongest, one person beat the 5 shadows, which is equivalent to 20% of the strength being greater than a shadow-level powerhouse. Then the 5% strength between the Thousand Hand pillars is comparable to an ordinary upper ninja, and that is not excessive. Moreover, Ye Feng also inherited all the ninjutsu, between the Thousand Hands pillar. The combat experience is also completely replicated. The system evaluates Knight Maple according to his current amount of chakra and skills, as well as skills, to evaluate Knight Maple as an ordinary upper shinobi. In fact, Yefeng felt that even if he was an elite shinobi, he was not his opponent. Originally within a year from 5% fusion to 100% fusion, now it is 20 times faster, that is, within 18 days. This speed is okay, it's not bad. Just then, the doorway banged. Knight Maple. It's Ju Zenai. The door opened, and Ju Zenai changed her clothes, a blue dress, red hair, and a special white complexion. Are you okay? It's still early, or let's go see Watergate. He was injured that night. Well, how is the injury? Am I going to lose money? Ju Zenai was stunned for a moment, and then giggled. It wasn't you who hit. No, it was after you hit him. I heard that Lei Ying was coming, and he wanted to rescue Union undercover, and at the same time he wanted to capture them at the water gate. There is such a thing. Yes, fortunately, Lord Orochimaru arrived in time and rescued them from the water gate. I heard that Lord Orochimaru was also injured, but I didn't see anything serious this morning. Yifeng listened to Ju Zenai's words, only to know that the big snake pill was injured last night. No wonder it was so weak. In this way, the strength of the big snake pill is still there. But when the big snake pill recovered from his injuries, he was almost fused. Even if it is a weak, he can fuse more than 30%, and it is easy to deal with the big snake pill. Yifeng, let's go see Senior Watergate and Shuamao. After all, they are also here to save me. Ding, please make a choice. Option 1. Gladly go to the hospital to visit Watergate and harvest Watergate's friendship. Reward. Sea-level ninjutsu, Ryuju Senbon. Option 2. Refuse directly and drive away Ju Zenai. Rewards. Ju Zenai Good Feeling 10, B-level Psychic Technique Earth Escape Tooth Chasing Technique. Option 3. Go again another day, i.e. Feng. Today I want to stay at home as a salted fish. Rewards. 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars, B-level physical skills, Epitary Renka. It seems that the system wants me to continue to be a salted fish. Yefeng glanced at Ju Zenai and lay down directly. I'm a little sleepy today. Let's go another day. Watergate won't be discharged from the hospital so soon. Ju Zenai suddenly crossed his waist angrily and said, Yifeng, why are you so lazy? Oops, I'm sleepy. Ju Zenai stomped his foot in anger and walked out. Uzumaki Maito heard Ju Shina say that Yokide was sleeping again and suddenly shook her head. She really had never seen such a lazy person. Then Uzumaki Maito thought about it and said, Ju Shinai, do you see if Yefeng will be unwell after the awakening blood succession limit? Ju Shina was originally very angry, and when he heard Uzumaki Maito say this, he was a little worried about Yefeng in his heart and immediately asked, Grandma Maito, what should I do then? Uzumaki Maito muttered and said, Well, I called Shizune to take a look, and it just so happens that Shizune has recently returned. Tsunade is not in Konoha now. Shizune is the most personal disciple of her granddaughter Tsunade, and Uzumaki Maito is now the most trusted to her. In the room, Yokide is lying in bed, and he can upgrade his skills when he sleeps. The life of salted fish is so boring and boring. Suddenly, the door banged. Who? Opening the door, I immediately saw the old lady and Ju Zenai, and a little lowly came. This is... Yifeng, I see that you seem to be uncomfortable. I specially asked someone to take a look for you. This is Tsunade Himes, disciple Shizune. Mute. Tsunade's disciple. This little lowly. It's so cute. Yifeng was slightly impressed. Shizune nodded and looked at Yefeng curiously. She was about to leave Konoha village, and every few months she would return to Konoha, mainly to gather the latest news and to get some money for her master along the way. This time back, I just learned that Union Undercover kidnapped Ju Zinai, and Thunder Shadow and Yao secretly sneaked into the border of the Fire Country. Naturally, he also knew about Yifeng. When Shizun learned that Yifeng might be injured or unwell, he came without hesitation. The first thing he said when he saw Yifeng was, "Yifeng-kun, take off your clothes and let me see." Chapter 13. Yifeng didn't expect that just being a salted fish would cause so many misunderstandings. But seeing that Uzumaki Maito cared so much about him, and specially invited Shizun to treat him, Yifeng's heart suddenly warmed. This old lady really regarded herself as her grandchild. "Let me see." Shizun came to Yifeng's front and touched Yifeng's hands towards Yifeng. "Hey." Yifeng involuntarily took a few steps back. "Yifeng-kun, don't move if you are injured. Let me see your body." Shizun grabbed Yifeng, and Yifeng directly closed his eyes. "Well, since Shizun-chan wants to see my body, then I'll leave it to you." "Perfect." Shizun glared at Yifeng with a strange face, and this little guy said, as if I had done something to him. Ju Zinai also covered her mouth and smiled. "HMPH, tell you to say." Shizun's soft flesh around Yikide's waist twisted gently. Even if it was a ninja, it hurt to be screwed here. This was done when Muzun was molested by patients before. However, Shizun unscrewed and exclaimed himself, "So hard. Ahem, such a tough body." Muzun was slightly gaffed for a second and quickly came back to his senses to check Yifeng's body. Very healthy body, no injuries at all. What a huge chakra. As a medical ninja, Shizun was very clear about the structure of his body, and when he examined Yokide, he was very surprised. At a young age, this chakra amount is comparable to endure. After a while, the inspection is complete. Shizun said to Uzumaki Maito, "Maito-sama, his body is very healthy. He doesn't look like he has an injury at all. Maybe I didn't find out. How about this? If you have the opportunity, let the teacher take a look." Yikide listened next to him. His eyelids jumped. No, he was silenced to see his body, and then he had to be looked at by Tsunade. Uzumaki Maito said happily, "Is Tsunade-heim coming back?" She hadn't seen Tsunade-heim in years. First, it was to protect Tsunade-heim, and secondly, Tsunade himself did not want to return to the sad place of Konoha. "I don't know, or can Yefeng go to the teacher?" Uzumaki Maito immediately shook his head and said, "Not now. The situation has not been very good recently. Ju Zinai has just been robbed once, and Yefeng, as the last bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, cannot be careless." Shizun also understood, nodded, and said, "Okay, Maito-sama, then I'll go first, and I'll bring the news back to the teacher. Well, be careful on the road." At the door of the Whirlpool courtyard, the child played with ants for a day, and the Whirlpool courtyard went in and out, but I didn't see the night maple come out. But soon, the child saw Ju Zinai go out. The child grabbed the branch, and more shoots grew on it, turning into a few words. "Ju out." Jousenai went out. Then, the branches were thrown directly into the alley. After another while, Ju Zinai returned with Shizun. The child threw another branch into the alley, Ju plus Silent back. Joshinai and Shizun are back. After another while, Shizun came out on his own. The child threw another branch. Soon, the headquarters of the root organization, Tuanzo, received news from the child. "Yefeng hasn't gone out. Isn't Ju Zinai going to take him to visit Bofeng Shuaimen and Kimu Shuamao? Silence is coming. Could it be that Yefeng was injured? You injured Yefeng last night." In the office, in addition to Tu and Zhang, there was another person, Orochimaru. Orochimaru shrugged and then licked his lips. "No, at that time my teacher and his old man came. What's wrong?" Shizun entered the whirlpool courtyard. Ye Feng may be injured. Maybe he was injured while rescuing Zhu Zenai. The big snake pill said without refusing, "Maybe my laboratory. Where do you arrange for me?" "Right here." Danzo promised to form a new laboratory for Orochimaru, who had returned to Konoha, apparently wanting more from Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't care either, nodded and said, "Okay, I heard that there was another surviving experimenter in that experiment 5 years ago, called Yamato, right?" Tuan Zhang nodded, took out 2 branches and said, "Look at the words on it, this is Mu Duan." The big snake pill's eyes flashed with a beast light, and he nodded and said, "Very good, I'll use him for experiments first. When you catch Yi Feng, please send Yi Feng." Tuan Zhang looked at Orochimaru and said, "Whether it's Yamato or Yi Feng, send it to your side. You can't mess around. Previous experiments were forbidden because you were too messy." The big snake pill's eyes flashed with the light of a beast, and he smiled and said, "I just want a little of their blood. I can't die." After that, the big snake pill turned and left. A bunch of stupid people, just talking about the conditions, were deceived. And just like that, another 2 days passed. The children whose routes are arranged in the whirlpool courtyard have been changed. The subject, known as Yamato, has been transferred. And the hidden people around are waiting for the appearance of Yi Feng. But it's been 2 days, and the shadow of the night maple has not been seen. Shouldn't this night maple not go out for a month? It's really time-consuming. Even Tuan Zhang, where the headquarters of the route organization sits, couldn't bear it. Wait another day. After 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, if the night maple does not appear, just withdraw. Tuan Zhang also didn't understand why Yi Feng was so homely, but he knew very well that if he continued to put the Route 10 people here, the other work of the route organization would not have to be carried out. "Yi Feng, this kid is too cunning." In the room, Ye Feng looked at the fusion degree, which had reached 20%. Open the Properties panel. Name, Ye Feng. Strength, Elite Shinobi. Position, Shinobu. Character card, SSS level Senju Pillar, fusion degree 20.09%. Blood succession boundary, God level Mudan, character card comes with it. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Reincarnation LV3, Thunder Thousand Birds LV3, Omarenka LV3. I have to say that 30 times the speed is really fast. And when salting fish, ninjutsu can also be upgraded. Now the 4 ninjutsu have also risen to LV3, which can be regarded as basic proficiency. With a fusion degree of 20%, I'm afraid that the big snake pill can't hurt itself. There is a certain ability to protect himself. In this case, Ye Feng feels that his short, salted fish career is temporarily over. It's time to get out and about. Chapter 14. In this way, if the salted fish continues, Zhu Zinai will be angry. Watergate lay in the hospital for several days and did not go to see it, or is it not a classmate? However, just as Ye Feng was about to call Zhu Zinai to visit Watergate, he was told that Watergate had been discharged. Yi Feng suddenly felt that there was no longer a friendship boat between himself and Watergate. It's all to blame on salted fish. At this time, the Watergate actually took the initiative to knock on the door. Yi Feng was stunned when he looked at the bloody Watergate coming up to talk to him. "Yi Kid-kun, that. What is that?" Not only Yi Feng, but Zhu Zinai was also a little confused. Watergate scratched his head and said, "Last time, I thought about it repeatedly in the hospital, and I had a lot of insights. I don't know if Yi Fengjun can fight me again. Of course, if I get injured again, it has nothing to do with Yi Fengjun. I took the initiative to ask for it." Watergate glanced at Zhu Zinai, gritted his teeth and said, "What I say now, Zhu Zinai can testify." It's not enough to be abused once. How many times do you want to be abused? Yi Feng suddenly felt that the water gate was M. In the end, Ye Feng was embarrassed and agreed to Watergate's masochistic request. Zhu Zinai said with a strange face, "The boy is really strange. He fights and kills all day." Ye Feng suddenly looked at Zhu Zinai. "You used to use your favorite to move your fists." "Whatever. Of course, it is not suitable for hands in the whirlpool courtyard." Therefore, Ye Feng chose to be at the number 5 training ground in Konoha village. Why training ground number 5? Because it was recently. Yi Feng and Zhu Zinai, and the moment the water gate walked out of the whirlpool courtyard, the 10 people in the route immediately knew. Yi Feng capture operation, ready to begin. Don't reveal your identity as much as possible. Find the opportunity, Thunderstrike. Don't pay attention to Vortex Zhu Zinai and wave Feng Shuaimen. When necessary, it doesn't matter if you hurt them. Go. In all directions, countless black shadows sprang up, all waiting for the best opportunity to capture. Yi Feng was already alert for the first time. Even the water gate looked around and felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. As long as Zhu Zinai, this silly girl, is still in the dark. Ye Feng groaned and pulled Zhu Zinai into the alley. Night Maple, don't go in. Watergate saw that Ye Feng pulled Zhu Zinai into the corner, gritted his teeth, and followed. He found that something was wrong, but he couldn't ignore Ye Feng and Zhu Zinai. However, at this time, a man with a black mask fell in the air. He made a hoarse voice and said, "Wave Feng Shuaimen, your opponent is me." Watergate suddenly frowned and said, "Who are you?" Naturally. It is an undercover agent in Union Village." Shuaimen said coldly, "You are not an undercover agent of Union Village. If you are an undercover agent of Union Village, how can you take the initiative to admit it?" Before the words fell, the figure of the water gate flashed and instantly appeared in front of the road blocker, and the spiral pill held in his hand shone brightly. Ye Feng pulled Zhu Zinai and looked up at the figures that suddenly appeared around him. Everyone wore hideous masks, judging from the breath. They were all the strength of the middle ninja or above, and even a few upper ninja. Wouldn't you? In broad daylight, there will also be kidnappings in the village. Yikid really couldn't imagine that someone would be so bottomless. Didn't he really put the 3 generations of Hokage and Uzumaki Maito in his eyes? You don't have to guess, you are Roots. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Actually guessed the identity. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as no evidence can be found, then everything is not a problem. Yamanaka Kaze, who was the leader, squinted his eyes and said, "Up." With an order, everyone rushed forward. And the mountain stroke directly used the secret art of the mountain family, the technique of heart-changing hearts. Use the soul to concentrate the spirit on one point and release it on the enemy. And after success, use strong spiritual power to control the enemy's actions so that the enemy cannot control his body. At the same time, in the other 2 directions, 2 people opened their heads and flew out countless poisonous insects from their bodies. Parasite. In addition, in front of Ye Feng and Zhu Zinai, the eyes of a masked man suddenly emitted a blood-red light, and the 3-hook jade was turning. Zhu Zinai exclaimed, "Blood Wheel Eye." There are people from the Uchiha clan in the Root organization. Isn't that reasonable? Ye Feng was also full of doubts. Blood Chakra Eye Illusion, Narakumi no Jutsu. The leaves fluttered in the air with the wind, and Zhu Zinai began to get confused. Suddenly, Zhu Zinai heard Ye Feng call her name, so she turned around happily and replied, "Ye Feng." But he saw Ye Feng covered in shurikens and kunai, bleeding non-stop and falling to the edge of the tree. The frightened Zhu Zinai fainted after letting out a scream. At the same time, there were others who pounced on Ye Feng and Jiu Zinai at the same time. There are 10 people in the route, and as soon as they strike, it is a thunderous blow, and they are about to take down Yifeng. Chapter 15. In the whirlpool courtyard, Uzumaki Maito suddenly stood up. Not good, Night Maple went out. Looking for death, someone really deliberately wants to destroy the Thousand Hands clan. The roaring flames of the golden-tailed beast chakra appeared on the surface of the body of the whirlpool Maito, and the eyes turned into fox eyes, and the sealing runes of the whirlpool clan appeared on the body. Bang! Uzumaki Maito jumped lightly and jumped out directly. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi also suddenly stood up. At this time, the big snake pill walked in. Teacher! Wait a minute, big snake pill. If there is something, we will talk about it later. Teacher, this matter is very important. Get out. Ape Fei Rai glanced at the big snake pill coldly, and the figure standing in place disappeared in a flash. Tuan Zhang, I should have noticed it a long time ago. The ape flew towards Yifeng's side at a rapid speed, smiling bitterly. He didn't expect Tuan Zhang to be so frustrated. Unexpectedly made a move against Yifeng in the village. Do you think you can do this without evidence? You're wrong. Sarutobi had already sensed the chakra of the 9 tails, and the old lady was completely furious. Chuanzo, what exactly do you want to do? Could it be that even the last bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan had to strike like this? If you go on like this, Tuan Zhang, you really have no way to turn back. In the alley, 10 people from the route besieged Yifeng. Poisonous insects, essence mysticism, chakra eyes, and countless numb-coated kunai and shurikens flew in. Just when all the attacks were directed at Yifeng, countless doppelgangers suddenly appeared in Yifeng's body. Mudan, shadow, doppelganger art. The heart-turning technique was supposed to hit Yifeng, but it was immune to the splitting effect when the shadow doppelganger technique was used. At the same time, the poisonous insects, Ku Wu and Shuriken all smashed on Yifeng's doppelganger that suddenly appeared. The doppelganger helped Yifeng block the gun. Bang! 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 Multiple doppelgangers instantly turned back into wood. Yamanaka Feng with a mask was stunned for a moment, his forehead sweated. This Night Maple is a little difficult. Actually used a shadow avatar technique, broke their siege. At this time, the 2 oil women who raised insects continued to release insects. They all wore special glasses, and at a glance, they knew that they were oil women. I saw densely packed parasites crawling out of them and flying towards Night Feng. Even the other people in the 10 people at the route did not dare to approach, for fear of being affected by the insect tide. I felt like I was about to have a dense phobia, but fortunately Jiu Zinai fainted. Yifeng complained and directly sealed. Mu Dun, birth of the tree realm. Night Maple's chakra passed from his feet to the ground. Countless thick trees instantly grew on the ground, and these trees seemed to be uprooted, bursting the surrounding buildings in an instant. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, all the ninjas in those rooms jumped out, horrified to find out what's going on. How did it suddenly turn into a small forest with green trees? Little yellow Maoshuamen was fighting with a masked shinobu, and suddenly under the feet of this masked shinobu, a thick branch appeared, directly stabbing the masked shinobu into the sky. Ugh! Shinobu covered his ass on the mask, like an angry bird flying through the air, and then slammed it heavily on the ground. The corner of Watergate's mouth twitched. Such a sudden charm made Shuamun's mind come up with Kimu Shumao's trick, Millennium Kill. It's so ferocious. Seeing that the masks on the face were shattered, and the pants were also broken. It's miserable. Watergate saw the face under the mask, and was stunned for a moment. Shigaraki Senpai. It turned out to be a Shigaraki Tanuki of the Root organization. The Shigaraki Tanuki spewed out a large mouthful of blood, looked down. His face changed greatly, and immediately turned around and fled. The water gate did not stop it, but looked inside the tree realm. He looked up at the dense woods. Night Feng. Was it already so strong? Night maples all use the tree realm to be born. What the Root organization is doing. At this time, there was a loud bang behind the water gate. The golden chakra flame emitted from the whirlpool Mito, and it fell, and the concrete floor on which his feet stepped on cracked. Watergate. Old lady, Yefeng is inside. Uzumaki Mito watched the birth of the tree realm, slightly lost his concentration, and the appearance of 1,000 hand pillars appeared in his mind. You keep watch outside. I'll go in and take a look. At this moment, a huge King Kong Rui rod also smashed down, followed by a thin figure, and then fell. 3 generations of Hokage Sama. The ape flying sun fell and nodded at the water gate, but was angrily scolded by the whirlpool Mito. Ape Fei, what are you doing? Actually letting the gangsters do something wrong in the village. Sarutobi sighed and said, Old lady, put away the 9 tails first. Let the students solve this matter and give the students another chance, okay? As the 3rd generation of Hokage, did not call himself a student in front of Uzumaki Mito after taking office. Today, Ape Flying Sun, Chopper, really felt guilty for the cultivation of the 2 teachers. He very angry. At the same time, the birth of the tree world appeared in the center of the village, attracting the attention of everyone in the village. The Uchiha family, who was still patrolling, was led by Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku saw it from a distance, and suddenly a loud noise erupted in the middle of the village, filling the air. What's going on over there? Go! Uchiha Fugaku gave an order and walked quickly over with his clansmen. Hyuga family territory, genius brothers Hinata Hayashi and Hinata both rolled their eyes, looking at the flowing chakra at the birthplace of the tree realm, very rich. What the hell is going on there? Go check it out. Not only the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan, but also the eyes of other families, such as Inuga Butterfly, have all cast their eyes. Chapter 16. Su. In the tree world, there are thick roots everywhere, instantly squeezing the surrounding space. Click. Click. The surrounding houses collapsed one after another. The sound of explosions continued to sound. There was no complete brick and tile around, and smoke and dust were everywhere. For a moment, the audience was shocked. The eyes of the 10 people in the root were wide. A figure appeared in their minds, the original Hokage. The man who completely changed the terrain of the Valley of the End in one war. One of them, the mask of the Sharing and Eye Shinobu, the 3-hook jade in his eyes turned, and he clearly saw a trace of chakra that appeared on Yi Feng's body, almost condensed into substance. Such a chakra quality, they can't even endure. The roots of the surrounding trees swayed, exuding terrifying coercion, and everyone trembled slightly. Ye Feng felt the chakra in his body churning, which was completely different from a few days ago. Ye Feng stood still, making everyone sweat coldly. Not only the people in the tree world, even the Hokage outside, but also the old lady Mito of the Whirlpool, Watergate and others, all felt a heavy oppression. Sarutobi said in surprise, "This is the chakra of Night Feng." Uzumaki Mito was also shocked. In the past few days, Ye Feng has been doing nothing all day, and his favorite thing is sleeping, and the old lady was already a little disappointed in Ye Feng. But now, the old lady can understand. Ye Feng is a genius. Geniuses are always proud, just like old men who don't have a positive shape all day. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito sighed and said, "It's really a species of the Senju clan." Then the old lady looked at the water gate again and said, Ju Zinai is also inside. Watergate nodded sharply and said, Yes, Yefeng pulled Ju Zinai in. The old lady's eyes suddenly lit up. Yefeng and Ju Zinai were two young people inside. This is a good time to cultivate feelings. So the old lady stopped the 3 generations of Hokage and said, Ape Fei, wait a minute. Since Night Maple used the tree realm birth, there should be no danger. Ape Fei Rai looked at the old lady speechlessly. Just now you were so excited, and now you don't let me in. At this time, the head of Yamanaka, Feng, had a sense of foreboding in his heart. This young man's intelligence was wrong. It's not just ordinary Shangnin strength. Up! The wind in the mountain roared violently, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, pounced on Yi Feng. At the same time, others moved. Shinobu on the mask of the Sharingan, bleeding from the corners of the eyes. Illusion, golden binding art. Illusion, golden binding art, is an illusion that gives illusions to enemies through the Sharingan and restricts their movements, and enemies will be immersed in their own world and unable to move. However, such a level of illusion is not effective against Night Feng. It's actually invalid. It's not just Uchiha Kagami's chakra eye illusion. The mind control of the mountain stroke is also ineffective, and the parasites of the oil woman family can't get close at all. Countless tree roots, wooden vines, densely packed, wrapped and whipped towards the roots of the 10 people. Groove. These roots and wooden vines are constantly whipping, and they are constantly getting thicker and bigger, and the trees are green and vibrant. In such a vibrant environment, everyone felt great fear and cold sweat. Bang! 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 The 10 people at the root jumped back and forth between the vines of the roots, flashing and moving. Sometimes you have to cut down roots and vines that you can't avoid. Also use avatars and shadow avatars. However, countless terrifying roots and vines rose from the ground, and their space became more and more crowded, full of roots and vines. Even if it is a shadow avatar technique, it is impossible to use up one after another. After all, they are just ordinary ninjas, and there is no blood succession limit. Retreat. Yamanaka Feng saw that it was wrong, and quickly shouted to retreat. Yifeng's strength far exceeded their expectations. They had already speculated on Night Feng's strength to the maximum, but as a result, Night Feng's strength was still far beyond their imagination. When the 10 people of the root heard that Yamanaka Wind said this, they all turned their heads and fled. However, the speed of the root vine is faster, like a flying arrow suddenly shooting. Swish, 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 ugh, ugh. A few screams in just a few seconds, the roots of 10 people, one by one, like rice dumplings tied up. Countless huge tree roots block the retreat of the mountain wind from all directions. The mountain wind was instantly wrapped in rice dumplings. Bang! Avatar technique. 20 meters away, the figure of the mountain wind reappeared, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and his pupils shrank suddenly. When did Yi Feng come to him? And his companions are already all tied. It's all around with night maples. It's all doppelgangers. Yi Feng won with 1 against 10. Yi Feng squinted at the masked mountain wind in front of him. You are the leader. Chapter 17. Yi Feng gently pressed. Countless roots and vines instantly wrapped the mountain wind. This time, the mountain wind had nowhere to escape. Soon, the tree realm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only the 10 rice dumplings in front of it. Ahem. At this time, Ju Zinai, who was lying in Yi Feng's arms, his long eyelashes trembled. Ju Zinai suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Looking up, Yi Feng was right in front of him. Yi Feng, are you all right? Ju Zinai touched and touched. Her eyes were red. and she hugged Yefeng tightly. Just now in the Naraku technique, Ju Zinai watched Yefeng bled and fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. In Ju Zinai's mind, halfway from Vortex Hidden Village to Konoha Village, he saw the dirty Yefeng for the first time, entered the school together, graduated together, and then Yefeng came to save himself. The scene was vividly remembered. At this moment, Ju Zinai realized that he cared so much about Yifeng. Yifeng touched Ju Zinai's soft red hair and said softly, "Little silly girl." Ju Zinai nodded in Yifeng's arms and said, "I'm so stupid that I actually fell for illusion." Ahem. At this time, an untimely voice came from behind Yifeng. Ju Zinai looked up and quickly pushed Yifeng away. "It's the old Lady Maito of Uzumaki, and 3 generations of Hokage are coming." As for the water gate behind them, it was subconsciously ignored by Ju Zinai. Old Lady Uzumaki Maito glared at the 3 generations of Hokage, very dissatisfied. The young man finally romanticized. "What do you old man want to do?" The 3 generations of Hokage are also helpless, and if they don't make a sound, I'm afraid that all 10 people in the route will suffocate and be strangled. Just by looking at it, he recognized the Route 10. It's really a group collection. Are you crazy? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived with the Uchiha family. Sarutobi looked back at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, you guys are here just right. Set up a cordon around to prevent idle people and others from entering here." Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Yokid and showed a surprised look. "It's really night, Maples." The terrifying tree realm just now was made by Yi Feng. After the Thousand Hands clan awakens the blood to follow the boundary, it is too strong. Uchiha Fugaku was just stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Naruto-sama, then these people. As long as you don't let idle people enter, I'll take care of other things." "Yes, Naruto-sama." Uchiha Fugaku immediately arranged for his clansmen to raise a cordon nearby. Hinata, the people of the Yamanaka family, were all stopped outside and could not come in. Ape Flying Sun Chopper looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, you let them go first. 3 generations of adults, do you know them?" Ape Fei Rai sighed, and just as he was about to speak, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Everyone looked back. Danzo, as well as 2 Hokage top advisors, Maito Manita and Koharu, walked over quickly. "This is my people, Yifeng. Put them down." Chuan Zhang glanced at the 10 people of the route who were tied to death and was surprised. Is Yifeng already so strong? I really made a big mistake this time. But Chuanzo sorted out his mood well. Yifeng didn't speak, and Ju Zinai's eyes widened, and he looked at Chuan Zhang. What exactly is Konoha's top brass going to do? Why attack Knight Maple-kun? Tuan hides you. While Sarutobi was organizing his language, a golden chakra flame suddenly appeared on Maito's body. A claw formed by a 9-tailed chakra directly grabbed Tuan Zhang's neck and lifted it up. "Shimura Danzo, it was your people who attacked Yifeng. What exactly are your intentions?" Old Mrs. Uzumaki Maito's shoulders were shaking, and she was already extremely angry. The people of the Vortex tribe died in battle, which was an accident. The decline of the Thousand Hands is also an accident. Even the death of the rope tree was an accident. But now Yifeng was openly attacked in Konoha, and it could no longer be covered up by accident. The old lady was out of anger. "You know, this is already the last pure blood of the Thousand Hands clan. Could it be that the high level of Konoha really wants the Senju clan to be exterminated? Shimura Danzo, you are the elite guard of the 2nd generation. How can you do such a thing? What the hell do you want to do?" At this time, Chuanzang realized that he was making a big fuss this time. His eyes were wide. He grabbed his neck, and his feet were kicking in the air. I have been following the philosophy of the first and second generations, and everything I do is for Konoha, and I am absolutely selfless. Yi Feng's actions that night, there are too many doubts. I just want to invite him over. I didn't mean to do anything to him. It was an accident, an accident. Chuan Zhang grabbed his neck, almost unable to breathe. Caught by the nine-tailed chakra, he couldn't use any ninjutsu at all. Besides, Chuan Zhang has been pampered for so many years, and in the face of death, it has long been less ruthless than when he was young. Most importantly, he didn't expect that the old lady Maito, who hadn't made a move for almost 20 years, was still so strong. Is this the power of the nine tails? The old lady's sudden action also disrupted Maito Menyon and Koharu's plans to go to bed. If Yi Feng made a move, everything would be fine, and in turn, Yi Feng would be charged. It was said that Yi Feng's body was full of doubts. Originally, he just wanted to ask Yi Feng to investigate, but now Yi Feng does not respect his elders and acts arbitrarily, so he should be caught. But the old lady is now making a move. What can they say? The method they used before, in front of the old lady, could not be used at all. The old lady's status in Konoha is the most respected. Seeing that Danzo was about to die, Maito Menyon and Koharu hurriedly said, "Old lady, can you put down the group first?" "Yes, Tuanzang is also for the village. I think there is some misunderstanding between them." Chapter 18. For the village, or for your own selfish desires. Where does Ye Feng make you feel that it has harmed the interests of the village? Uzumaki Maito's questioning left Maito Menyon and Koharu speechless. "Old lady, this may be some misunderstanding." "Yes," Tuanzang also said, "I just wanted to ask Yi Feng to ask for questions, but I didn't expect Yi Feng to resist so fiercely." Enough. Ape Fei Rai Chop picked up the King Kong Rui stick and smashed Tuanzang with a stick. Blood splattered, and a few teeth could be faintly seen flying out. Then, like a tattered burlap bag, it turned into a wonderful parabola in the air and smashed heavily on the ground, life and death unknown. Tuanzang is completely wrong this time, so you two don't defend him. Konoha has never had any rules that allow people from the root organization to openly arrest people on the street, and besides, no procedure has been undertaken. Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Maito with a sad heart and said, "Old lady, this time is a serious dereliction of duty by the student. The students must give the old lady, give Yi Feng, and give everyone a clear look." Maito Menyon and Koharu suddenly felt a chill behind them when they saw the momentum that Sarutobi suddenly burst out. The old monkey was furious. The stick just now directly knocked out all the teeth of half of Tuan Zhang's face. Uzumaki Maito snorted coldly and put away the nine-tailed chakra. The stick that Ape Fei Rai slashed just now, which seemed to seriously injure Tuan Zhang, but actually saved Tuan Zhang's life. Yi Feng watched quietly on the side. The old lady's nine-tailed state was really too handsome. It's a female version of Naruto. If Ju Zinai learns the nine-tailed state, heck, it's amazing. Uzumaki Maito ignored the ape-flying sun, looked at Ye Feng lovingly and said, "Ye Feng, what do you think?" It's naturally good that 3 generations of adults can find out clearly. Turning to sleep, Koharu looked at Yikide's appearance and said very dissatisfied, "Then Yikide, you quickly let them go. They are all the elite of our Konoha." The elite of Konoha, attacking the inhabitants of Konoha. Zairochen's face suddenly turned ugly. This young man was too disrespectful to himself. If it weren't for Uzumaki Maito here, I would have taken him away today. Maito Menyon's face suddenly changed, and he quickly walked in front of the masked ninja in the front, squatted down and put his hand on his neck. "Dead." Maito's reaction made Koharu shocked and hurriedly walked up. "He's dead." Maito Menyon nodded with a gloomy face. glanced at Yikid, and quickly walked to the second masked ninja. Still dead. Ape Flying Sun, Chopper was also silent. He also discovered that all 10 of the roots were dead. No life left. Yifeng is too ruthless. Unexpectedly, all 10 people in the root were strangled. Just now, everyone's eyes were focused on Chuan Zhang and the old lady, and they actually ignored Yifeng. Are they dead? Koharu and Maito Menion's faces are very ugly. Among the 10 people of the root department, there are their elite shinobi of the Sleeping Clan and the Maito clan, all of whom are the nephews of the sleeping Koharu and Maito Menion, with a great future, and one of the options for the future head of the family, and they died like this. Yifeng said lightly, "Oh, I didn't notice, I'm sorry, Ha." Yifeng, you are simply lawless. You dare to kill people in Konoha. I'm just fighting back in self-defense. They all dare to attack and kidnap me in broad daylight. What else can I do? Then Yefeng sighed again and said, "It's just an accident. It's just a misunderstanding." Koharu and Maito Menion's face was very ugly, and the bruises were exposed. Just now, Koharu and Maito Menion used misunderstandings and accidents as arguments, and now Yefeng sent the misunderstandings and accidents back to them. Yifeng, pay attention to your words. Turning to sleep, Zyrochen pointed at Yifeng out of anger. You are simply daring, killing so many elite Shangnin. Come, arrest him. As soon as the words fell, suddenly a thick tree root emerged from the ground and directly smashed Zyrochen into the air. Turning to sleep, Koharu's whole person flew out upside down, spraying blood from his mouth, streaked a parabola in the air, and smashed on Chuan Zhang. Ugh! Chuan Zhang screamed, and before he woke up, he fainted again. Is it really a bloody mouthful, our senior advisor of Konoha, such a quality? Yifeng didn't have any waves on his face, and he didn't take going to sleep Zyrochen seriously at all. Senior consultant. What is that thing? You. Maito Menion's first reaction was anger, but the look in Shanghai Feng's eyes, just now, was immediately provoked. The other party did not care about the identity of his senior advisor at all. If you want to shoot, you can shoot. There are no taboos. Simply presumptuous. Maito Menion looked at Sarutobi Hinata with praise. Ape Flying Sun Chopper showed a wry smile. He really didn't expect that Yefeng would strike when he said it, and the thunder blow did not give people time to react at all. Yefeng, you did this too much. Uzumaki Maito snorted and said, I believe that he is self-preservation after all. He has just awakened the blood succession limit, encountered an attack, used too much force, and killed the attacker with the wrong hand. Isn't it normal? This time, whether it was Dan's or Koharu and Mizuto Menion, they made her very dissatisfied. She wondered if it was a very wrong choice for the second generation to hand over Konoha's inheritance to them. On the other hand, Yifeng, she appreciated it very much. That's how it should be argued. As for the Route 10, that is to kill chickens and monkeys. Chapter 19. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Uchiha Fugaku took the Uchiha guard and walked over again, and their eyes widened when they saw Dan's and Koharu, who had fallen to the ground beyond recognition. This is Elder Chuan's and Advisor Koharu. Who beats them like this? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi with a stunned expression. Fire, Naruto-sama, did you call us over? Ape Flying Sun was speechless. Did Zyrochen stay in a high position for too long, and his brain burned out? Call the Uchiha guard to come and see the miserable situation of his humiliation. It's okay, Fugaku. You guys go out and continue to maintain law and order around. Yes, Naruto-sama. Fugaku looked complicated, beckoned the guards to turn and leave. Before leaving, Fugaku took a deep look at Yifeng. The yellow hair on the head of the wave Feng Shui gate was fluttering in the wind, standing in place with a confused face. Yifeng actually dared to make a move against the senior consultant. These are the two big men after the Hokage. And that mysterious Danzo elder was also beaten by Naruto-sama. God, he'd never seen anything so crazy. Ju Zinai was also very nervous and held Yifeng's arm. Yifeng's arm suddenly tightened, and he felt that his arm was wrapped in softness. Little Ju Zinai's development is very good. Ape fly. Maito Menyon looked at Sarutobi Richop again and said unwillingly, "Anyway, Yefeng is full of doubts. This time he also killed us Konoha so many elite shinobi. He must go back with us to be investigated. This is originally the procedure that has been decided by the Ministry of Administration and the Root Department, but it is not made public. Now it's a battle of face. If Yorukid didn't go back with them to be investigated, then they would be laughed at by Konoha. If you can't arrest people, the two high-ranking people will be beaten instead. What will others think of them?" However, Yefeng did not want to give this face. "This advisor, let me be honest, now this group of them, in the heart of Konoha, without showing any documents, openly attacked me in Kusina. What do you mean by doubting you now, targeting our own people in Konoha village? Did you receive any benefits from Union's side? Did you really betray Konoha and become a spy for Union Village? Did I sabotage your profit transmission with Union Village, causing you to be angry and corrupt, and want to openly attack me in Konoha?" As soon as Yifeng's words came out, everyone's faces changed. "Night Maple. Yifeng, you talk nonsense." The nine-tailed chakra on Uzumaki Maito's body appeared again. "The more I think about it, the more I feel wrong, Menyon. I respect you as senior advisors. And an old lady of mine has been retired for a long time, and I don't want to bother with Konoha's internal affairs. This should be your business. But if you do something to betray Konoha, I can only destroy my relatives with righteousness." Maito Menyon seemed to be facing the huge nine-tails, cold sweat, and quickly said, "Old lady, you have thought too much. Everything you do is completely for the village." Uzumaki Maito ignored Maito Menyon, looked at Sarutobi and said, "Sarutobi, I really have to check it out this time." "Old lady, I will definitely find out what happened, and there will be no favoritism." Uzumaki Maito nodded and said, "Okay, I still trust you." After speaking, Uzumaki Maito looked at Yefeng and Ju Shinai and said, "Ye keyed, Ju Shinai, let's go." Sarutobi nodded and glanced at Maito Menyon, warning him not to speak again. Speaking again, the face of Konoha's management is all gone. Today was originally Tuan Zhang. They were wrong first. I also want to bite Yefeng back. Yoki took Ju Shinai and followed Uzumaki Maito away. Walking around the corner, Yefeng suddenly turned around. "By the way, 3 generations of adults, there is a person who is a member of Uchiha's clan, and he also opened the blood wheel eye. I heard that the people of the Uchiha clan are only in the guard. How can they be in the roots of the elder of Tuanzang?" When Ape Fei Richer heard this, his face suddenly changed greatly. Yi Feng's words were not for him, but for the Uchiha clan outside. This guy is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. The person who opens the Sharingan must be a genius of the Uchiha family and will join the root. Moreover, why did Tuanz absorb people from the Uchiha clan? What did he want to do? Ape Fei Rai Chopper examined all the corpses on the ground, and there was really a corpse with chakra eyes, and his face suddenly became cold. And Maito Menyon next to him was expressionless, and he wanted to kill Yefeng in his heart. This guy is so abominable. He caused such a big trouble for his side when he left. You wait, don't let me find your flaws. Just when Maito Menyon was thinking about how to take revenge, he suddenly heard Sarutobi speak. "Menyon, you and Koharu have also worked hard in the past few years, and they have made a lot of contributions to Konoha, and they are also tired. I will give you a month off, take a good rest, and arrange the work at hand to the young people below. Also, Chu and Zhang, don't pretend to be dead. This matter has too much impact. The route is under investigation, and you can be ready to disband at any time. Chapter 20. On the way home, Bofeng Shuamen apologized and said, "Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this." Yifeng smiled and said, "Watergate, it won't be you who deliberately led me out, right?" Bofeng Shuamen's face changed, and he quickly waved his hand and said, "There is no such thing at all. I think if you hadn't been called out, nothing like this would have happened. I don't blame you for this. It's something that will happen sooner or later. If you don't call me out, I'll come out too. Besides, it's a good thing to come out this time. The first is to let Yifeng clearly understand his current strength and what stage he is probably in. When it really fights, it should not be weaker than the shadow level, right? The worst is also quasi-shadow. Moreover, you can see Ju Zinai's small hands now, quietly being held by himself, and they are all used to nature. The system said that Ju Zinai's favorability rating is now above 90. There are many things that can be done to Ju Zinai. Uzumaki Maito, who was walking in front, was also full of joy. If she could match the two of Yefeng and Ju Shinai, it would be considered the end of her wish. Watergate, come to my house for lunch. No, old lady. Yifeng, let's talk again next time when you have time. After Bofeng Shuaimen finished speaking, he directly used the teleportation technique to leave. He walked next to Yefeng and Ju Zinai, and he was really traumatized. Originally, Bofeng Shuimen had a good impression of Ju Zinai, but now Yifeng is one step faster, and he is holding hands with Ju Zinai, and Bofeng Shuimen said that he was very hurt. Still want to eat. Don't want to eat anymore. Ding, choose to start. Option 1. Abandon Ju Shinai and invite Heifeng Shuomen to eat Ikaraku Ramen. Reward. Ikaraku Ramen VIP recharge card *1. Option 2. Let Bofeng Shuomen calm down by itself. People must always learn to grow. Reward. B-level ninjutsu. Water done water array wall. Option 3. Forcibly invite Bofeng Shuomen to eat at home. The friendship boat will not turn too much. Reward. S-class sealing technique, Yin seal. The Yin seal is the usual accumulation of chakra, and unlocking the Yin seal can release a large amount of chakra, so that forbidden arts and large-scale medical ninjutsu can be launched. This ninjutsu, created by Uzumaki Maito, Tsunade, and Haruno Sakura, can be said to be the precursor ninjutsu that created the art of regeneration and the art of the 100 heroes. Without this ninjutsu, the creation of the art of regeneration and the 100 heroes is unusable. For Yifeng, the effect of this yin seal is even greater. Originally, the chakra between the 1,000-hand pillars was super large, and with the yin seal, maybe one person could top the chakra of 100 people. Hey, Watergate, wait a minute. After Yifeng finished speaking, he jumped and caught up with the Watergate. How? Before the Watergate could react, it was grabbed from behind by Yifeng. Come on, don't be shy. Come to my house for dinner. That's not okay. What's bad? Ikaraku ramen can be eaten at any time, not worse this time. Yifeng did not speak to the Watergate, and directly pulled the Watergate to the Whirlpool courtyard. 1 hour later, in the Whirlpool courtyard, Yikid, Watergate, Ju Shinai, and Uzumaki Maito sat in the dining room, ready to eat. Ding, forcibly invite Bofeng Shuamen to eat at home. Congratulations to the host for completing option 3, rewarding S-level sealing technique, Yin sealing. In Yi Feng's mind, all the knowledge of the Yin seal immediately appeared, and using the Yin seal to store chakra, then a diamond-shaped mark would be formed on the forehead. Wait until you get back to your little house and study it carefully. If you learn the Yin seal and then learn to create the art of regeneration and 100 heroes, you will take another step towards the goal of an all-powerful ninja. Watergate, come and eat, you're welcome. Yes, Watergate, eat quickly. Uzumaki Maito felt that this child in Watergate was also a good boy, and he was polite, so he did not dare to eat first, so he quickly served dishes to Watergate. Watergate, eat. Thank you, old lady. What's polite? I'll come over more if I'm okay in the future. Ju Zinai saw that Yi Feng did not pick up vegetables, and also sandwiched a piece of meat for Yi Feng. Eat. Bofeng Shuaimen looked envious. It's nice to have a girlfriend. Speaking of which, Watergate is a ninjutsu genius, but emotionally he is a chick. The original sweetheart was on the opposite side to give Ye Feng vegetables. You non my nong. Watergate looked at the heart. Why do you want to come here to eat? Is the brain broken? This meal has just begun, and Ye Feng has hurt the little heart of Bofeng Shuaimen again. Bofeng Shuaimen is painful. No, I also want to find a girlfriend. In the afternoon, Bofeng Shuaimen had already left, and he had agreed to fight Ye Feng a week later. He also said very confidently that he was learning a powerful ninjutsu, and the day he practiced it, he would definitely surprise Yi Feng. Awesome ninjutsu. Isn't it the flying thunder god technique? Ye Feng felt that the water gate was going to be pierced again. Flying thunder god technique, he will also are. Chapter 21. When it was time to eat at night, there were no outsiders, and Uzumaki Maito said, Yokid, don't take that risk next time. Notify Grandma Maito as soon as possible, you know. With me, no one dares to bully you. Ju Zinai, next to him, also nodded sharply. Ye Feng smiled and said, It's okay, old lady. Ju Shinai glared at Ye Feng and said, Call Grandma Maito. All right, Grandma Maito. Uzumaki Maito looked at Yokid with a loving expression. Ye Feng has always had a question. Have the Thousand Hands clan and the Vortex clan been exterminated in the end? Who is the Black Hand? Uzumaki Maito pondered and said, Yi Feng, the other descendants of the Senju clan, are not particularly prominent, and the entire family has not inherited the blood succession limit, so they all spread out and set up their own portals, and do not live together in the name of the Senju clan. Yi Feng groaned and said, Did the Thousand Hands clan fall like this? Uzumaki Maito's heart ached, and he nodded. Recalling her grandson, the Thousand Hands rope tree, if he hadn't died, he would have been as big as the night maple in front of him. It's all fate. The Thousand Hands clan led by the pillars, and the pillars to the peak. After the peak, there is an inevitable landslide. It happened that there was a war, and the Senju clan, as a race that had produced 2 generations of Hokage, should naturally fight on the front line. Konoha wins the war, while the Senju clan weakens. So the more the people of the Thousand Hands tribe died, even the rope tree was led out of the village. Now it seems that there is really a problem with the high-level people such as Danzo, Maito Menyon, and Koharu, who have inherited the will of Konoha fire by the 2nd generation. This topic was too heavy, and Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, Actually, whether it is the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, there are still some clansmen who are already married. Young people, they all like new things. They don't like to live with an old man like me, and it's normal to go out and set up their own doors. Saying that, Uzumaki Maito looked at Ju Zinai and said, I don't know when we Ju Shinai will leave my old man. Grandma Maito, Ju Shina has been serving you all her life, and she will never leave. Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, Nonsense, it will rain in the sky, and the woman will marry. This is the natural truth of heaven and earth, right, Yikid? Ju Zinai's face suddenly became a little hot. Grandma Maito is so bad. Ye Feng smiled, looking at Ju Zinai's shy look, and couldn't help but tease. The old lady is right. That's a natural thing in heaven and earth. Uzumaki Maito nodded with satisfaction and said, "Yes, back then, when I was a girl, I went to the battlefield with my family's mission, met the old man, accidentally became a family, and later founded Konoha. So, Yi Feng, the ancient said that to start a family, you first start a family, and then you start a business." Uzumaki Maito pointed thoughtfully, looking at the night maple. "If you can match Yefeng and Ju Zinai and have another child, no, give birth to 2 or 3 children, then the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan can continue. Moreover, Yefeng is too lazy, too devoid of fighting spirit, and has no hard work. Young people are like this. As long as they start a family, they will naturally be sensible." Ju Zinai's face immediately turned red, delicate, and he didn't dare to look at Yifeng when he looked down. Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, "Eat, eat. There is no need to rush this matter. As long as the two have been together for a long time, it is naturally not a problem." From the next day, the atmosphere in Konoha village became different from usual. There are a large number of masked ninjas appearing on the streets, not knowing what they are looking upon. Listening to Uzumaki Maito, these people are all dark parts, and the roots that attacked Night Maple before were different. It should be a matter of tracing the regiment and the roots. At this time, Yefeng was in the small courtyard of the whirlpool, watching the whirlpool Maito teach Ju Shinai various sealing techniques, all of which were the secrets of the whirlpool family. Among them is the yin seal. Yikid listened to the explanation of Uzumaki Maito next to him, just like the knowledge that the system empowerment put into his head, and even the knowledge of the empowerment was not detailed. After all, human answers are error-free. Ju Zinai tried for a day and finally found a clue and began to have a small dot on his forehead that was almost invisible. Uzumaki Maito said with satisfaction, "Very good, Kushina. You are really a ninjutsu genius, and Tsunade did not learn as fast as you back then." Ju Zinai looked at Yefeng happily. He can also help Yefeng in the future, instead of every time Yefeng comes to the rescue. However, Ju Zinai turned his head and was stunned. On Yi Feng's forehead, a diamond-shaped mark appeared, which was clearly visible. "This." Uzumaki Maito also exhaled softly. "Yikid, when did you learn the yin seal?" Yi Feng scratched his head and said, "I also saw that you were demonstrating, and I felt something, so I used it." "Genius, really genius. You have the blood succession boundary between the pillars, and you also have the talent for ninjutsu between the pillars." Ju Zinai was also looking at Yefeng sharply, and his eyes flashed. "He is strong, but Yefeng is stronger. He really is a man who can make his dreams come true." Uzumaki Maito sighed and said, "I originally thought that I wouldn't have to teach you the next sealing technique so quickly, but your learning speed is too fast, and next, I will teach you the secret technique of our Uzumaki clan, the 4-elephant seal. The 4-elephant seal, used when used to seal powerful enemies or demons, is a sealing technique that uses the cycle of the 4 elephants to seal off evil." Yifeng was embarrassed. The yin seal was taught to him by the system, and now he had to learn the 4-elephant seal. Wouldn't it be Dewey? The name of his own genius it has not been a day to wood. For this reason, Yefeng felt a little sadness. Ding, based on the situation the host is in now, give a choice. Choose one, study hard, go up every day, reward. A level sealing technique, 4 elephant seals. Option 2, go home and sleep, be a salted fish, reward. A level ninjutsu, the art of distant glasses. Option 3, refuse the teachings of Uzumaki Maito, be a student next to you, and reward. A level sealing, 4 elephant sealing, S-level advanced sealing, ghoul sealing. Chapter 22. Grandma Maito, you can teach Ju Shinai, I'll rest for a while. Saying that, Yefeng jumped onto the tree next to him. Uzumaki Maito said very ironcladly, Yikid, you can't be so proud and complacent. There will be no one who will not learn. Well, Grandma Mito, I'll just watch from the side. Jew Shinna snorted and said, Okay, Grandma Mito, I don't believe it. He can learn it just by looking at it. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Yikid and also felt that he should give Yikid a little blow. People who are proud and complacent have no future. What's more, Ju Zinai's talent is also not low. Just let Ju Zinai knock on the night maple for a while. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito also ignored Yokid, turned his head, and began to teach Ju Shinai. Yi Feng looked at the A-level sealing technique rewarded by the System 4 Elephant seal, and the S-level advanced sealing technique Ghoul sealing, and his heart was happy. During the Naka Ninja exam, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki used ghouls to seal Orochimaru's hands. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Bofeng Shui men used ghouls to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra. Now that I have learned the 4 elephant seal and the ghoul seal, and the fusion degree of the character card between the 1,000-hand pillars is 100%, can I seal a 9-tailed play? Open the Properties panel. Name, Yifeng. Strength, Quasi-Shadow. Position, Shinobu. Character card, SSS level Senju Pillar, fusion degree 25.01%. Blood succession boundary, God level Muden, character card comes with it. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Rebirth LV3, Thunder Thousand Birds LV3, Omorioka LV3, Yin Seal LV1, 4 Elephant Seal LV1, Ghoul Seal LV1. Yifeng saw that the fusion degree had increased to 25%, and now his strength had finally reached the quasi-shadow level. The previous strength should also be at the level of Konoha's 3 shinobi, but the strength still shows the elite shinobi. Recall that the division of strength in Hokage is indeed very mysterious. Konoha Sananya is an elite upper shinobi, and Konoha Maru is also an elite upper shinobi when he grows up. Do you dare to believe it? In this way, Yifeng quietly watched Uzumaki Mito teach Ju Shinai, staying in the Uzumaki small courtyard closed doors. Uzumaki Mito also said that in the past few days, Konoha is not very peaceful, so let Yifeng not go out. However, a few days passed, and Yifeng did not go out, but someone came again. Old lady, someone outside is looking for Ju Zinai. Ju Zinai was stunned for a moment and asked, Who? It's Uchiha Makoto, of the Uchiha family. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, It's Makoto, bring her in. Ju Zinai, take a break. The 4 elephant seal is a little more difficult, don't worry. Ju Zinai wiped the fragrant sweat on his forehead and nodded. My wife will not participate in your young people's parties. With that, Uzumaki Mito left. After a while, Mikoto Uchiha came in. When the girlfriends met, they naturally hugged and played for a while with joy. Then Mikoto Uchiha looked around curiously. What about Night Maple? I heard that he came in and lived. Kushina looked above Uchiha Mikoto and said, Right behind you. Back. Mikoto Uchiha turned her head and saw a tree, looked up. What are you doing up there? Yifeng smiled and said, Rest. Weird. Uchiha Makoto snorted, ignored Yokid, pulled Ju Shinna aside, and whispered to Ju Shinna again. Yifeng's ears moved, and he naturally heard it. The strength of the quasi-shadow level, it's not that he wants to eavesdrop, it's that the 2 girls' voices are a little loud. Hey, Ju Zinai, I heard that you are going to marry Yifeng, right? This something yet? Not yet, Ji, that's fast. When will you give out candy? Ju Zinai secretly looked at the night maple on the tree and said shyly, What are you talking nonsense? Then Ju Shinna also secretly said to Uchiha Makoto, He's cold, but really handsome. Don't you see, that day he used the tree realm birth and directly destroyed all those Shangnin who attacked us. He, Ju Zinai. I heard that you fainted at that time. How do you know? Did you pretend to faint? Ju Zinai suddenly blushed. No, I fainted at that time and soon woke up, and I didn't faint. Yifeng snickered. His quasi-shadow level strength would not be mistaken. At that time, Ju Zinai was hit by illusion, fainted in his arms, and never woke up from the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle. Bragging with girlfriends right now. Sure enough, bragging is a common feature of human beings. The two chatted for a while, and Makoto Uchiha said, Ju Shinai, you know what? The results of the investigation of the regimental collection and the routes have already come out. Hokage has already ordered, the route is disbanded, the regiment is removed, and the two senior advisors are also on vacation. Chapter 23. Yifeng's ears moved slightly, but he didn't expect that Ape Flying Sun Chopping was really a heavy hand this time, and directly disbanded the route organization. And Maito Menyon and Koharu were forced to rest. I really didn't expect that the three generations also have such courage. But think about it, the current three generations are only 50 years old, not that the anime was almost 70 years old at that time. Unexpectedly, Chuan Zhang wanted to him, but he removed himself. Night Feng knew very well that Chuan Zhang was only temporarily silent this time. This Konoha darkness will not be easily collapsed just like that. Ju Zinai was very surprised. Really? Uchiha Makoto whispered in Kushina's ear. These are all things that Fugaku said. Ju Shina said with a grin, Mikoto, are you with brother Fugaku? My parents think so, but I'm still young, and I got married without being in love. Ju Zinai, you're fine. Saying that, Uchiha Makoto sighed. Ju Shina immediately took Makoto's hand and said, Makoto, if you don't like it, you can't force yourself to do something you don't like. Ju Zinai, how can there be such a simple thing, Fugaku? He is ready to be the next head of the family. Don't say that, tomorrow is my birthday, can you come? Ju Shina nodded sharply and said, Mikoto, your birthday party, of course I will come. Right, Night Maple. Ding, based on the situation the host is in now, give a choice. Option 1, refuse Mikoto's invitation, sleep at home, be a salted fish, reward. Intimate paradise, first return limited. Option 2, accept Makoto's invitation to participate in Makoto's birthday party with Kushina, reward. Forbidden technique, harem technique. System, you have to do things. Harem art. Are you hinting at something? It's a bit hard to choose. After a while, Ju Zinai took Yikide's arm and said, Mikoto, we will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. In the end, Yifeng still chose ninjutsu. How could Yifeng accept something as rotten as heaven of intimacy, heaven? At most, let's discuss it with Jiraiya. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the forbidden technique harem technique. Harem art. The combination, ninjutsu, of multiple shadow avatars plus seduction. This is Naruto's famous skill. With all the knowledge of the harem art instilled in Yifeng's mind, Yifeng immediately knew all the knowledge points of the harem art. Learning the art of harem is equivalent to learning a level ninjutsu multiple shadow avatar art and C-level ninjutsu seduction. It is equivalent to a packaged ninjutsu combination. The realism of the harem art requires the caster to imagine it realistically. For the caster to imagine realistically, he must use more materials. As the tale of the 10,000-year crane, Naruto, who kissed Sasuke at the beginning, was able to defeat multiple enemies with harem techniques, and even Kaguya was hit, it must be a lot of material. So it can be seen that the young Naruto is also an old driver. Then now that this harem technique has reached his own hands, won't it be passed down by himself? I didn't mean to ask for such a strange spell. Not long after Uchiha Mikoto left, Kushina pulled Yokide to tell Uzumaki Maito about going to Uchiha Mikoto's birthday party tomorrow. In fact, Yefeng had already thought that something was wrong. It was Ju Zinai, a simple, violent girl who had not yet figured out what the situation was and stupidly agreed. Uchiha's people invite people from the Uzumaki family to Uchiha's house. Then Yokide, who was considered the last heir of the Senju clan, also followed to Uchiha's house. In the eyes of the other families in Konoha village, this is a big thing worth considering. Does it reveal anything? It may make the heads of various families want to burst their heads. The Senju clan want to unite the Uchiha clan. Everyone remembers the magnificent era when Konoha village was founded. Senju Kuma and Uchiha Madara, a pair of legendary characters. Uzumaki Maito sighed when he heard Kushina say that he was going to Uchiha's house to attend Uchiha Mikoto's birthday party, and actually nodded. Go Yifeng, you also go over. Ju Zinashi is alone, I don't worry. Yes, Grandma Maito. Yokide was surprised. Uzumaki Maito actually agreed and didn't say anything. In fact, Uzumaki Maito had already thought of a lot in the moment just now. At that time, the Senju clan was to avoid suspicion, not only had a bad relationship with the Uchiha family, but also deliberately let many ordinary clansmen set up their own doors and spread out. As a result, the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan is still becoming scarcer day by day. The war, as well as the conspiracy, caused the last male members of the Senju family to die. After this route attack on Night Maple again, Uzumaki Maito had already figured it out. The other families in Konoha village are afraid of the Uchiha family. Are they afraid of the Senju family? Uchiha is certainly terrifying, but defeating Uchiha Madara is even more terrifying. It is useless to take the initiative to back down, but to be dealt with more severely. It is better to unite with the Uchiha clan and regain the authority of the Hokage. Uzumaki Maito's observation these days knows that Yefeng has this strength, and it is easy to solve the route of 10 people alone. Even if it is not as good as the ape flying sun, it is also a top 10 existence in Konoha's strength. And Ju Zinai also has the ability to be a virtuous helper. Therefore, Uzumaki Maito left only one sentence in the end: go early and return early. Today 10 more, no more than sleep. Ask for a flower, a review, a reward, thank you. Chapter 24. Yefeng had just walked out with Ju Zinai and was pulled away by Ju Zinai. What for? Go out and buy a gift for Mikoto. We can't go to Uchiha's house empty-handed tomorrow, right? As soon as Yifeng heard that he wanted to accompany Ju Zinai to go shopping, he felt uncomfortable. What annoys men the most? Shopping, of course. But Ju Zinai is very happy. Haven't been out for days. Just now, Mikoto said that those bad guys at the top, the removal of the dismissal, the rest of the rest, are no longer afraid. She also asked Grandma Maito, who also said it was no problem. Therefore, whether Yefeng was satisfied or not, Ju Zinai pulled Yefeng out. Yefeng and Ju Zinai were walking on the street when they happened to run into a group of people. The person headed by this team of centaurs is Tuan Zhang. The two people next to him turned out to be Mu Shuomao, the White Fang banner of Konoha, and the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Tuan Zhang also saw Yifeng, glanced at it, and then took his gaze back without any expression on his face. Seeing that they were about to walk by, Yifeng hurriedly pulled the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Hey, what's going on? Bofeng Shuimin gave Yifeng a blank look. Confidential tasks, I can't tell you. Really, don't say. Can't say, Naruto-sama is watching. Yefeng looked around. Although he didn't see the crow this time, he did feel that someone was snooping. This old man who likes to peek. Yefeng still let go of the water gate and let him go. When Watergate came back, Kimu Shuamao said, "Watergate, you are very familiar with him." "The same one. He's strong." Watergate nodded sharply. "Yes, I was going to find him again this week to single out and decide the winner again, but I didn't expect the task to come." "You are no match for him," Watergate said helplessly. "Senior Shuamao, don't you hit me like this, okay?" White Fang Shuamao shook his head and said, "It's not to hit you. I think his strength may be stronger than mine." Watergate's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Zinai asked curiously, "Where are they going?" "That guy from Watergate refuses to say, so mysterious. How about we follow along?" Zhu Zinai refused. "What's so beautiful? Let's go. We still have to order cakes and buy gifts." "Well, I don't want to go shopping." Yifeng's objection was invalid, and Zhu Shina took Yikid to several cake shops throughout Konoha village and finally ordered the cake. The monetary unit in the Naruto world is 2, and although there are banknotes and coins, they are all calculated using the unit 2. The task remuneration is set to range from 5,000 taels to 50,000 taels for D-level tasks, 30,000 taels for C-level tasks, and 100,000 taels, 80,000 taels to 200,000 taels for B-level tasks, and 150,000 taels to 1,000,000 taels for A-level tasks. S-level tasks pay more than 1,000,000 taels at a time. 1 tael equals 10 round. A pork chop rice set is about 800 yen for an ordinary meal, and it costs more than 1,000 yen for a little more ingredients. A roadside fashion magazine also costs almost 600 yuan. Oden 3 pieces sell for 500 yen. And Zhu Zinai bought this cake this time and spent 10,000 yuan, that is, 1,000 taels. Then I bought another pair of earrings and spent 38,888 rounds. A total of nearly 50,000 yuan, that is, 5,000 taels, is the starting price of D-level tasks. This is a little wretch woman. You must know that Yefeng now only has 1,000 taels in his pocket. This is not long ago. The salary issued by the Ministry of Finance, each subordinate, a basic salary of 1,000 taels a month. If the money is not enough, you can only go to the task. As the saying goes, a penny stumps a hero. This is the case. In order to make money for clam rice, the mist-hidden ghost people, and the ninja knife 7, Momochi has to do things for Cassie if he doesn't cut it. Fortunately, Yefeng lived in vain in the Uzumaki house. Otherwise, he might have to go on a mission. At noon the next day, Uchiha's territory was also the headquarters of the Konoha Guard. The Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's 2 famous blood successors, has been serving as the leader of Konoha's Guard since the founding of the village. In the past, the Thousand Hands clan was also among them, and it was the 3 major blood successors. But 20 years have passed. The clansmen of the Senju clan, those who died in battle, and the only self-supporting portal left is Tsunedeheim. Over the years, with the almost extinction of the Senju clan and the lurking of the Hinata clan, the Uchiha clan naturally claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha. The current Uchiha clan, flowers and brocade, fire and oil, most of the clansmen feel like they are high, and they do not easily interact with people from other families. Of course, today they would not have the slightest contempt for Yifeng. Yifeng was born as the last heir of the Thousand Hands clan. It's just that in less than a week, he destroyed the conspiracy of Union Village, and also removed the high-ranking officials of Shimura Danza, Maito Menyon, and Zairochan. But the limelight is flourishing, and there is no other thing. It can be said that Yi Feng's status can be comparable to the current head of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Shuna. In terms of strength, Yefeng awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands family and defeated the 10 people of the root with 1 person, which was stronger than anyone in the Uchiha clan. So today, the young generation of talents of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, are all waiting at the door for the arrival of Yokid. Yefeng and Ju Shinai also took the cake and gifts on time, came to Uchiha's house, saw Uchiha Makoto at the door, and immediately hurried up to greet them. Makoto, happy birthday. This is the birthday cake that Yokid and I prepared, and a birthday present. There wasn't enough time, so it wasn't done well. Ju Zinai, thank you, I'm very happy to be here. Good-looking cake, what beautiful earrings. Uchiha Makoto took it out directly and put it on and said, Ju Shinai, does it look good? Ju Zinai asked Yifeng, Yifeng, is it good-looking? I'll go, it's a sending proposition. I'm blind and don't know if it's pretty or not. Uchiha Makoto and Kushina immediately snorted. Ding, Ju Zinai, has a good feeling value of +5. Ding, Makoto Uchiha, has a good feeling value of +10. System, you are trying to do something. I didn't say anything. Why did Uchiha Makoto's favorability value rub +10 again? Chapter 25. Yokid and Kushina attended Uchiha Makoto's birthday banquet, and all the big families in Konoha knew about it for the first time. What do the Uchiha clans want to do? What do the Senju clan and the Whirlpool clan think? All the families are watching, speculating and interpreting today's events, this information. This glass of wine, I will drink it first. Thank you too for coming to the little girl's birthday party. The person who raised the glass was none other than Makoto, Uchiha's father, and one of the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. The graceful and luxurious woman next to her is Makoto, Uchiha's mother. Everyone raised their glasses at the same time, echoed a sentence, and drank all the wine in the glass. In addition to Uchiha Makoto and her parents, as well as Yokid and Kushina, there is Uchiha Fugaku, a young talent of the Uchiha family. It seems that the Uchiha clan also wants to match Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku, young and already a captain of the guard, will inherit the position of head of the family in the near future. Mikoto, Uchiha's parents, soon left. Night Maple also managed to Amway the big talk dice, ending the boring drinking session in the Hokage world. Soon everyone was hooked. Dice must have the skill and courage to lie, but also have a clear vision and a variety of strategies. Kaminobai, like Uchiha Fugaku, who has been out of society for many years, thinks that big talk is too fun. Stimulate. 6-6 fly. 12 sixes. Chop you. The atmosphere gradually warmed up, and he blushed. Uchiha Fugaku also chatted with Yefeng, without saying a word. Yi Kid-kun, you said that day that among the 10 people in the roots, there are people from the Uchiha clan. Yefeng nodded and said, Yes, I saw the sharing and what's wrong. Uchiha Fugaku said softly, Fortunately, it was Yokid-kun who told us the truth, otherwise we might still be in the dark now. How? It's not a secret in our Uchiha clan. No one has joined the roots. Even if it is the dark department, there are only 1 or 2 people, and there are records in our clan. When Yefeng heard Uchiha Fugaku's words, he suddenly became a little curious. You mean? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Yefeng and said, That is to say, that person is not from our Uchiha clan. It's fun. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and it was his turn to call 12-3. Uchiha Makoto suddenly smiled and said, Split. Counter-split. Opened 5 threes. Uchiha Fugaku himself 5. Everyone else is big talk. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and didn't care after drinking. While shaking the dice, he said, Yes, it's fun this time. Our patriarch has gone to negotiate with the 3 generations of Hokage. I heard that it is a monster made from the blood of our Uchiha clan. I heard that it is the only surviving experimental subject, which has been hidden in the root. If it weren't for the discovery of Night Maple Jun this time, we wouldn't have known. It's a blasphemy against our Uchiha family. Thank you, Yi Kid-kun, for eradicating this evil experimental subject for our Uchiha clan. Yifeng's eyes widened. It turned out that there was something he didn't know. Clones of the Uchiha clan. Yokide immediately remembered Yamato, who was the experimental subject of the first generation of cells. Then, the Sharingan that he killed should not be the experimental subject of Uchiha's spot. Sure enough, there are still many deep things in the Naruto anime that are not directly expressed. Although I know the general historical trend, I still don't know many secrets. For example, this Uchiha experimental subject, if it weren't for Yefeng killing him, might be buried in history and never emerge. Now Uchiha Fugaku thanks himself, which is also to express the goodwill of the Uchiha family. Don't look at the current appearance of the Uchiha family. I'm afraid that the family head knows very well that after the peak, it will inevitably decline. If he could win an ally like Yifeng, it would be great. After 3 rounds of drinking, Uchiha Fugaku said more. I don't know if Uchiha Fugaku was fake drunk or really drunk, and even told the secret about the final disposal of Root and Danzo. That Uchiha experimental body was secretly created by Tuanzang with the funds of the Great Snake Pill, and now all the experiments of the Great Snake Pill have stopped. In addition, Tuanzang did such a thing that people and gods are angry about. This time he will go to Union Village as an undercover agent, make up for the merit, and if he has not made great achievements, he will not come back. With a smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face, he fell directly as he spoke. Yifeng saw that he was really drunk. No wonder he said everything. These should be confidential. Come, drink. Ju Zinai blushed and was particularly good-looking. Uchiha Makoto also hugged Yokide's thigh. Drink. Drink your size. Chapter 26. Yifeng was crying and laughing, and quickly pulled the two apart. Drink. Ju Zinai was still holding her cup, and Yifeng directly took her cup. What the hell, I want to drink. Stop drinking, go home. Yokide directly picked up Kushina, took 2 steps, turned around and kicked Uchiha Fugaku, who was drunk and wanted to pounce on Uchiha Makoto, away. Still want to get drunk and do something. Yefeng glanced at the half-awake and half-drunk Uchiha Makoto, shook his head helplessly, and pulled away together, leaving behind Uchiha Fugaku, who was holding the air on the ground. Just walked out and happened to run into Makoto, Uchiha's father. So Makoto handed over safely. Then Yefeng hugged Ju Shina and left the territory of the Uchiha clan. Under the moonlight, Ju Zinai said in a daze. Night Maple 5-6. Yefeng suddenly rolled his eyes, as if he saw the birth of another gambling monster. In Konoha, another gambling monster is, of course, the famous Tsunade Heim. Hey, Jiraiya, do you want to go to the hot spring? At this time, a hearty woman's voice came from ahead. Yifeng followed the voice and was stunned. Isn't this Tsunade? The white-haired man next to him, Jiraiya. Although Yorukide had never seen Tsunade and Jiraiya, he recognized them at a glance. The main thing is that the white hair of Jiraiya is more conspicuous. Xylai also said with a righteous look, no need, let's go to the teacher's side to report first, don't grind. I really don't want to soak in the hot spring. You can relieve fatigue. I heard that this place is very popular with girls, and it has been changed to mixed baths. As soon as Jiraiya heard about the mixed bath, he immediately walked towards the hot spring. Oh, people need to relax occasionally. Go for a hot spring. Ha, you didn't say that just now. Tsunade smiled wickedly and turned his head to see that he was facing Yokide's eyes. This is Ju Zinai. So late, Ju Zinai seems to be drunk. This man actually took the opportunity to get oil. It's just looking for death. You bastard, you dare to do such a thing to Ju Zinai, looking for death. Tsunade's whole body erupted with golden chakra and rushed towards Yokide. How? Yikid was a little confused. What did Tsunade want to do? Mudan Mu ingot wall. Before Tsunade's fist smashed, a row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form arches, blocking Yokid's face. Bang! A bang! The ground trembled. Tsunade's fist burst out with the light of chakra, which had already pierced the wall of the wooden ingot. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hinata was waiting for Tsunade and Jiraiya to come back and report, but when he heard this loud noise, he suddenly stood up. What happened again? Konoha has really not been peaceful lately. Ape Flying Sun Chopper quickly took the cloak, jumped out of the window, and sped across the roof, speeding in the direction of the loud noise. And Jiraiya, who was the place of the incident, had just walked into the pond and was startled by the sudden loud noise and looked back. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya rushed out, only to see Tsunade fighting with a young man. Countless thick roots emerged from the young man's side, blocking Tsunade's attack. Shadow doppelganger. Because there was also a young man in the back, who was still holding a red-haired girl. That's Ju Zinai, Mu Duan. For the first time, he already knew that this young man was Yi Feng, who was in the limelight these days. Ku Wu shuriken shot indiscriminately. Boom! It even shot at Jiraiya. I also heard Tsunade scolding. Little one, don't let go of Ju Shinai yet. We Senju clan have never had a guy as Jiraiya, but you have set a precedent. Lying groove, why are you pulling me up? Jiraiya was injured. However, when Jiraiya heard Yikid using various ninjutsu to resist Tsunade's attack and holding Ju Shinai, he still had the strength to refute Tsunade. Hey, you gambling monster mean to talk about me. If you still do it, don't blame me for being unkind. Oh, little one, it seems that you didn't understand. Come on, let me see how you are not polite. As soon as the words fell, Tsunade punched the shadow doppelganger and instantly came to Yi Feng's face. However, countless vine-like saplings wrapped around Tsunade's feet, then wrapped around Tsunade's whole body, growing into a large tree, completely crushing Tsunade under the tree. Mu done, tree binding eternal burial. Tsunade's eyes widened as well. Bang! The same is a stand-in. Tsunade's figure suddenly appeared behind Yokid. Not bad. However, before Tsunade could kick a kick, Yokid's figure disappeared again, and then appeared next to Jiraiya. What a fast, instantaneous technique. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Flying Thunder God technique. Did the teacher teach him? Tsunade also showed a look of surprise. This young man is a little fierce. There is the wooden dun of the first grandfather, and there is the instantaneous technique of the second generation of the second grandfather. And Ye Feng didn't make another move because someone came. He looked up at the sky, and a golden light shot down. Bang! A Vajra Rui stick was inserted into the ground, and a person fell from the air. 3 generations of Hokage, Ape Flying Sun / came. Teacher! 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 Suddenly, a person walked out of the shadows, the big snake pill. 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha Sanshin, gathered in front of the hot spring pond hall. Chapter 27. Such a person. Ye Feng broke the silence. Sarutobi said coldly, Jiraiya Tsunade, what are you doing here? Tsunade's eyes moved, and he pointed at Ye Feng and said, Teacher, this shameless fellow, actually took advantage of the opportunity to get oil when Ju Zinai was drunk. Fortunately, I found it in time, otherwise, Ju Zinai would have been miserable. Yi Feng was suddenly speechless, and the thick root vine appeared from the ground again, and Tsunade spoke out again, and tied it directly. Ape Fei Richo looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, what the hell is going on? Ju Zinai is drunk. If I don't help her go back, will I drag her back? Tsunade, did you ask about the situation? Tsunade immediately shrugged and said, "Do you need to ask about the situation? Seeing is believing, isn't that it?" Ding, according to the environment of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose to forgive Tsunade, accept Tsunade's criticism, reward, a worn shuriken. Option 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, indicating that you let go of defense, reward, sea level ninjutsu, fire escape phoenix flower technique. Option 3. Choose Mad Tsunade, educate Tsunade well, and obtain S-level ninjutsu, 100 hero technique. Originally, Yefeng couldn't help but scare people. Now the system is even more scaring choices, and the timing is too well controlled. Yifeng pouted, "It's really brainless." Tsunade's eyes widened, and he looked at Yokid. Others were also very surprised. What did you say?" Tsunade really didn't expect Yokid to dare to scold her. "Don't you have enough brain capacity? I say you have a big chest and no brain." Seeing is believing. If I don't hold her, will I drag her to the ground and drag her back? Do you have problems with your eyes, or do you have problems with your brain? If you have a low IQ, you will be less weird, you know. Well-developed limbs and simple mind. Yifeng came down in such a series, and everyone was stunned. Tsunade immediately exploded. "You look for death." Just as Tsunade burst out, Yifeng's figure flashed, but it flashed 100 meters away. The flying thunder god mark had long been set there, and it teleported there at once. This time it was the turn of Orochimaru, and Sarutobi/'s eyes widened. "This is the flying thunder god technique." Zai Lai also said strangely, "Teacher, didn't you teach him?" Ape Flying Sun shook his head. The big snake pill's eyes flashed and said, "If it weren't for the teacher you taught him, this person would be very suspicious." Ape Flying Sun snorted and said, "Big snake pill, put away your thoughts. There is something suspicious about the flying thunder god technique. It certainly couldn't have been taught to him by people from other villages. You don't put your mind on him. There is no point. Take a few days of rest. You will also go out on a mission." Orochimaru yawned and said, "Got it, sensei." However, the big snake pill thought to himself, HMPH, how can the task be as interesting as Yifeng? There will definitely be a chance. Yakid put down Ju Zenai. "How?" A voice suddenly sounded behind Yifeng, and Yifeng's back was cold, and his hair stood up. Zai Lai also exclaimed, "Be careful." I saw that the yin seal on Tsunade's forehead was unsealed, and streaks appeared on his face, and the stripes were staggered on his forehead, passing vertically through his eyes, and meeting his chin all the time. The art of 100 heroes. Unlocking all the chakras of the yin seal, the whole body erupted with golden chakra light. Being frenzied by Yakid, Tsunade was really angry. Suddenly appeared behind Yifeng and Ju Zinai, and grabbed Yifeng's head with one hand. Syllable. Yifeng's head split open. This guy is too weak. When Tsunade was about to close. However, the next second, he realized that he was only holding a piece of wood. And the Ju Zinai under his feet also slammed and turned into a piece of wood. Yefeng appeared 10 meters away holding Ju Shinai, and under Tsunade's feet, a thick wooden dragon soared into the sky. Ape Fei Rai sighed and said, "Wood dragon art, I haven't seen it for a long time. I didn't expect to see it here." He was very impressed with the wood dragon art. This huge wooden dragon, which was used in the first generation when the 9 tails was in turmoil, was bound by the big tree to the body very strongly, and even made the bound 9 tails scream, and once entangled, it would be absorbed chakra. The first generation used this move to suppress the actions of the 9 tails. This move seems to have given a strong impression to the ape Flying Sun. Of course, now this wooden dragon is much smaller. Find death. Tsunade smashed a punch on the wooden dragon, but was surprised to find that his chakra was actually absorbed by the wooden dragon. With that, wood dragon tied Tsunade up. HMPH, something like this can trap me. Tsunade bursts out more chakras very confidently. The art of the wooden dragon, but Tsunade's grandfather, the famous stunt between the 1,000-hand pillars. Tsunade naturally knew very well that the easiest way to break the wood dragon art was to use chakra to burst the opponent. If you want to suck me chakra, I'll let you suck enough. Chapter 28. Sarutobi also knew for the first time what Tsunade was going to do. He didn't plan to stop Tsunade either, as Hokage, it was not appropriate to strike, but Tsunade was suitable. Besides, Tsunade is also the granddaughter of Uzumaki Maito. It really hurt Yokide, and Uzumaki Maito couldn't blame himself. Mainly recently, Yifeng, this young man, is a little swollen. It was remarkable to think that he had awakened the blood succession limit of the 1,000 Hands clan. He even killed 10 people from the roots, causing him to destroy his relatives and send Chuanzang away. It's time for Yifeng to know what is outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. However, when Tsunade began to erupt chakra, Yokide's eyes lit up, and he felt that a huge amount of chakra through the wooden dragon was transmitted to the ground, and then rushed back into his body. Finally, chakra passed through his feet and rushed straight to the yin seal of the heavenly gate. Is this charging me? Yifeng's forehead, the imprint of the yin seal, also shone brightly. It was just covered by Konoha's forehead, and no one found out. Tsunade was still full of confidence, but gradually her face changed. The yin seal chakra that he has stored for more than 2 years has already consumed more than half, and this guy still hasn't changed his face. Is something wrong? Ape Fei Rai Chopper's face also changed slightly and quickly said loudly, Yifeng, don't hold it hard, it's not good if you hurt. Yifeng smiled and said, 3 generations of adults, don't worry, I didn't hold it hard. Today I just want to see, what confidence do you have? If you don't understand the situation, you dare to make a move casually. Even if Grandma Maito comes over today, I will educate you well. Ju Zinai heard Yifeng speak. His long eyelashes moved, opened his eyes slightly, saw several figures, rubbed his eyes, took a closer look, and exclaimed, three generations of adults. This is Tsunade's sister. Ju Shinai blew a cold wind. The wine woke up, and when he saw that Yokide and Tsunade were fighting, he was immediately so anxious that tears were about to come out. Yifeng, what the hell is going on? Tsunade snorted and said, Ju Shinai, just wake up, this guy just took advantage of your drunkenness and wanted to pump you oil. Ju Zinai immediately shook his head and said, Sister Tsunade, you must be mistaken. Yifeng, he will definitely not do this. When Tsunade heard this, he wanted to vomit blood. Chick, don't you turn your arms out like this, okay? Yifeng smiled and said, Did you hear that, Tsunade? You see it as believing. I see you're blind. Ju Zinai immediately glared at Yifeng in dissatisfaction and said, Yifeng, how are you talking to Tsunade's sister? She didn't say anything just now. She directly wanted to get me, and said, what should I do to you? It doesn't matter if I ruin my reputation. What should I do to ruin your reputation? This guy doesn't have a brain, he has a chest. Tsunade was angry and died of anger, and directly broke out the maximum chakra. However, these chakras are like mud cows going into the sea, entering Night Feng's body and disappearing completely, and Night Feng's body seems to be a bottomless pit. Now Tsunade is sweating profusely, and it is difficult to ride a tiger. She really didn't expect that Yifeng would be so difficult. Sarutobi saw Tsunade deflated and immediately said, Yifeng, forget it, everyone take a step back. However, Yifeng did not pay attention to the words of the ape-flying sun, but instead Mu Long used his strength and directly set up Tsunade's hand. Another thick vine rose up and struck Tsunade's ass. Syllable. Crisp, audible sound. There was silence. Everyone looked at Yifeng, dumbfounded. Yifeng said lightly, I don't educate her well now, and if I go out to make trouble in the future, won't it ruin Konoha's reputation, the reputation of Senju, and the reputation of 3 generations? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing choice 3. Choose the mad Tsunade, educate the Tsunade well, and obtain S-level ninjutsu, the art of 100 heroes. Yefeng was very satisfied. Tsunade's face was red and dripping blood, and the art of Hyakuhou broke out. With a force of both hands, he directly broke the wooden dragon. Go and die. Tsunade's feet condensed golden chakra, turned into a streamer, and kicked towards Yifeng. Physical surgery, pain in the feet. As long as you step heavily on the ground, you can collapse and crack. Kick on people, not knowing what will happen. Now Tsunade couldn't take care of it. It was like Yifeng's instant explosion to solve the hatred in her heart. Do. Ju Zinai hurriedly blocked in front of Yifeng. Tsunade's face changed. This kick, she couldn't take it back. Ju Zinai, get out of the way. The 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya also changed their faces and rushed forward. However, Yifeng's hand speed was faster, and it instantly froze. And not 1 print, but 3 reprints. At this moment, Tsunade saw 2 black stripes suddenly appear on Yokide's face, running through his eyes and meeting on his forehead and chin. The art of 100 heroes. Around Tsunade, 3 thick wooden dragons appeared, one after the other, encircling Tsunade layer by layer. Touch. In just an instant, Tsunade lost his vision and slammed heavily on the ground. When Tsunade was smashed on the ground, he was still wondering if he was blinded. Chapter 29. Ape Flying Sun, Chopper and Zilai were embarrassed to find that Yefeng didn't seem to need to save himself at all. Isn't it false at all? Ape Fei Rai squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, is Yefeng already so strong? Stronger than Tsunade? Or is it style? The big snake pill who was watching from the sidelines was even more shocked, and now the strength shown by Yefeng was far higher than the strength he showed during his temptation a week ago. Now Yi Maple is incredibly strong. Orochimaru even felt that even if he was his own teacher, he could not completely suppress Tsunade so easily. You see, Tsunade is now so trapped on the ground that he can't move at all. At this time, Uzumaki Maito suddenly appeared. Ape Fei, what's going on? Then Uzumaki Maito saw Tsunade bound on the ground, and his eyes widened. Yifeng, let go of Tsunade. What the hell is going on with you? When Uzumaki Maito appeared, Yokide lifted the 100 Heroes technique. In fact, the art of the 100 Heroes is similar to the enhancement ninjutsu. Open the 100 How technique, completely unlock the Yin seal, and allow the large amount of chakra stored in the Yin seal to be used freely, thus making it possible to launch large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden arts. And because chakra perfuses the whole body, the strength of physical skills and strange powers will increase. After closing the 100 How technique, the toughness of the wood dragon art naturally weakened. Bang! Tsunade directly shattered the wooden dragon, looking at Yefeng gritting his teeth. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. She was actually educated by a little guy under 20 years old. Ahem, Tsunade, don't make trouble. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also speechless. What are you doing to mess with Yifeng? Uzumaki Maito said lightly, go back. Ju Shina looked at Yokide, but still ran over to hold Tsunade. Tsunade glared at Ju Shinai. HMPH, Ju Zinai, you turned your elbows out, and you actually turned towards outsiders. Uzumaki Maito glared at Tsunade. Enough, get back. Sarutobi coughed and said, Tsunade, you need to go to the office with Jiraiya first. Ahem. Tsunade glared at Yorutobi and huffed and followed the ape-flying sun. Halfway through, Jirya couldn't help but ask, Tsunade, is that night maple? Ugh. Tsunade roared angrily and punched Jirya in the face. Bang! Zilai also flew out, directly upside down. Boom! The house in front of him collapsed directly, and several ninjas suddenly flew out. Enemy attack. Sarutobi glared at Tsunade, then walked up and said, It's okay, it's okay. Ah, Naruto-sama, it's you. Tsunade-sama. Lord Orochimaru. When these ninjas saw the ape-flying sun slashing them, they bowed their heads respectfully. Sarutobi asked with concern, Are you all right? It's okay, it's okay. Well, I was just taken aback. At this time, there was a groan from the collapsed bricks. Ugh. Zai Lai also covered his face and climbed out. The ninjas all looked strange. Ape Fei Rai took out a wad of money speechlessly and said, You guys will first be aggrieved to stay in a hotel tonight, and tomorrow morning I will ask someone to help you repair it. It's okay, Naruto-sama. We're not in a hurry. There you go. Yes, Naruto-sama. Turning around, Hokage looked at Tsunade coldly and said, Repair it here, at least 50,000 taels. Remember to go to the finance department to pay in advance. Tsunade snorted and said, No money. On the other side, Yokide and Ju Shinai followed Uzumaki Maito back. Can't you just let Tsunade-san's sister? Ju Zinai glared angrily at Yefeng and said. Yefeng shrugged. He wanted to let it, but the system didn't give it. Look, now it's like this. I'll come back later and quickly apologize to Tsunade's sister. Yifeng ignored it. Apologize what? It's Tsunade who made the move first. Educate yourself. Isn't it a normal thing? Ju Zinai saw the appearance of Yifeng's oil and salt not entering, so angry that he reached out to pinch the meat, and then Ju Zinai found that he couldn't pinch it. So hard. Uzumaki Maito was also helpless. Yikide, how did you guys fight? Yifeng explained the matter, clearly one by one. When Ju Zinai heard this, he immediately blamed himself and said, Hey, I drank too much. If I hadn't been drunk, I wouldn't have done this. Uzumaki Maito shook his head and said, It's not your problem. Tsunade is so big and grinning. Then Uzumaki Maito looked at Yikide again and said, Yifeng, when did you learn the Yin Seal and the art of 100 How? Ju Zinai's eyes widened. What? Yifeng, when did you learn the Yin Seal? Ju Zinai was a little confused and didn't see clearly, but when Uzumaki Maito appeared, he could already see that Yokide had used the 100 How technique to unlock the Yin Seal. At that time, Uzumaki Maito was also very surprised. This is just not said. Chapter 30. Yefeng scratched his head and said, Well, it's all learned when you taught Ju Shinai by Grandma Maito. What? Ju Zinai's eyes are about to pop out. Grandma Maito taught me. You were next to salted fish. I didn't learn, you learned. Ju Zinai suddenly felt very heartbroken. Uzumaki Maito was also stunned for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. This kind of comprehension ability, I'm afraid it's not as good as the second generation, right? The Senju family is going to come out of the dragon. But you can't do that to Tsunade. It's really annoying to use vines to hit Tsunade. Yifeng also ignored it, returned to the small courtyard, and immediately went to take a bath. When I was taking a bath, I suddenly remembered that there was a hot pond in the place just now, which is the most famous hot pond restaurant in Konoha village. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the bath yet. Would you like to take a chance? Yifeng immediately ran back to his room after washing. Then the door slammed open. Come in. Ju Zinai's hair came in wet, with a faint fragrance. Her skin was white and red. There were little water droplets, and she looked like she had just taken a bath. Ye Feng was a little confused. It was so late. What did Zhu Zinai want to do? Zhu Zinai's face turned slightly red, and she said softly, Ye Kid, do you want to apologize to Tsunede's sister without waiting? Looking at Zhu Zinai's pleading look, Ye Feng's heart softened and said, Okay, isn't it just an apology? Ding, according to the environment of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose to apologize to Tsunade, admit your mistake, reward. A broken shuriken. Option 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, indicating that you are not angry at all, reward. A level ninjutsu, shuriken shadow avatar art. Option 3. Choose Mad Tsunade, educate Tsunade well and get. A level ninjutsu, shuriken in all directions. Well, the system, you are good. Yikid coughed and said, I think I'm right, but I've forgiven Tsunade. I'm not angry at all, as long as Tsunade doesn't mess with me again. Zhu Zinai glared at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, are you apologizing? I'm right, why should I apologize? Zhu Zinai stomped his foot in anger. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Yifeng and Zhu Zinai were both stupid. Tsunade, who was standing at the door, was also dumbfounded and pointed at Yokid. You, what are you doing in my room? Zhu Zinai suddenly blushed and quickly waved his hand and said, Sister Tsunade, we didn't do anything, it's like this. Ye Feng wants to apologize to you. Yikid was also a little confused. He slept in Tsunade's boudoir before. No wonder there was a special aroma. Apologize. Tsunade looked at Yorukid. Sister Tsunade, I have already forgiven you, and I am not angry at all about today's matter, as long as you don't mess with me again in the future. Well, don't blame me. The system forced me. I don't scare you. You already count me merciful. Congratulations to the host for completing choice 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, saying that he is not angry at all. Reward. A level ninjutsu, shuriken shadow avatar art. Tsunade smiled angrily. Hee boy, you come out. I don't want to ruin this place. Let's go to the training ground to practice. At this time, Uzumaki Maito came over. Uzumaki Maito glanced at Tsunade and said, You haven't come back for almost 2 years. Will you fight and kill as soon as you come back? Zhu Zinai was in a hurry and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng shrugged and said I forgave her. Uzumaki Maito also knew that Yifeng ate soft and not hard, and sighed and said, Okay, Tsunade, don't mess around. Yokid you too. She is your sister. You just let her. Tsunade was angry. Do I need him to let? Lost a big face in front of so many people today. I didn't expect to try it out and turn out to be like this. Now his boudoir is still occupied. My own grandmother is still to outsiders. Tsunade was angry, and his whole body chakra erupted. Zhu Shinai hurriedly said, Sister Tsunade, or break your wrist with Yifeng. Yikid, you broke your wrist with Tsunade's sister. If you lose, can you apologize to her? Kushina knew that Tsunade's strength was infinite, and in Konoha, breaking his wrist, no one was Tsunade's opponent at all. This can also give Tsunade a step down, and it can also make Yokid not too embarrassed. Yifeng suddenly smiled and said, This is not impossible. He remembered the episode in the anime where Tsunade and Thunder caged duel and broke their wrists. That shocking scene. It's kind of interesting. Tsunade was originally very angry, and when he heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Boy, do you dare to bet. I tell you, no one has ever won against me. Yes. It seems that the current Tsunade has not been compared with Lei Ying. That wrist break in the end, Thunder Shadow won. Tsunade's strength is greater, but Thunder Cage is faster and uses a small trick to win Tsunade. By now, this plot should not have happened yet. Chapter 31. Tsunade snorted. Boy, don't say such strange things. I'll make you lose miserably later. Okay, but what if I win? Can you win? If you win, I can promise you anything. Tsunade laughed confidently. Go to the training ground. Uzumaki Maito shook his head and said, You guys go, my old wife is going to rest. The voice is small at night, don't make noise with others. Tsunade waved his hand and said, Grandma, I know. Tsunade felt that his thoughts were clear, thinking that he would finish his own abuse of Ikide, and suddenly smiled. Soon, Yokide and Tsunade arrived at the training ground. The training ground was empty, and Tsunade picked a boulder and easily smashed it with a punch, which instantly turned into a wrist-breaking platform to use. Boy, how's it going, scared? Tsunade originally wanted to shock Yokide, but seeing that Yokide didn't care at all, he suddenly felt even more upset. You'll know how good I am later. Yorukide and Tsunade stood at opposite ends of the stone platform, clasping each other's hands. Tsunade also turned to Kushina and said, Kushina, you step back and be careful to hurt you. Ju Zinai nodded and retreated 10 meters away, and then shouted loudly, 3, 2, 1, start. Ara, hey. Tsunade let out a continuous roar, and the golden chakra erupted from his body the moment Ju Shinai announced the start. Yifeng smiled slightly, and his strength began to rise. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. I saw that on Yifeng's body, purple chakra also appeared. Tsunade was slightly distracted, looking at the chakra on Yifeng's body. It turned out to be exactly the same as his grandfather. At the same time, a huge force also came from his hand. HMPH. Tsunade snorted, and in an instant opened the yin seal on his forehead. The art of 100 heroes. The chakra on Tsunade's body was about to overflow to redeem the disadvantage just now. The power of this kid turned out to be so great. And also with a breezy look. Tsunade let out a low roar, and his whole body was covered with a golden sheen. I don't believe it, you have more strength than me. The terrifying momentum, centered on Yokide and Tsunade, burst in all directions, and purple and gold chakras swirled around, forming a whirlwind of purple and gold mixed. Ramble. The stone platform cracked. The ground on which the two were standing also cracked. Sarutobi Hinata, who had just returned home, had just sat down when he received news from the Dark Ninja. Tsunade and Yokide again. Sarutobi Wako was originally still complaining that Sarutobi has often worked overtime recently. The eldest son is preparing to graduate, and the youngest son, Sarutobi Asma, is also entering ninja school this year, and Sarutobi Hinata has no time to pay attention to his two sons. Then the ape flew away again. Sarutobi Wako shook his head helplessly. Maybe overtime is Hokage's fate. At the same time, Konoha White Fang and Bofeng Shuomen, who had just sent off Tuan Zhang and returned to the village, also saw the purple-gold tornado that suddenly appeared from the training ground. What's that? Go over and take a look. In the training ground, Ju Zinai had already retreated another 10 meters. I can't see what happened to Yokide and Tsunade inside the chakra whirlwind. Now Ju Zinai regretted it in his heart, and he shouldn't have proposed to break his wrist. What is the difference between this and fighting? I saw the purple chakra on Yifeng's body, rolling up like a boil and rushing into the air. At the same time, countless branches and vines emerged from Ju Zinai's feet, forming a wall in front of Ju Zinai. Yikide was single-minded, and while following Tsunade to break his wrist, he was still protecting Ju Shinai. HMPH, count you qualified and know how to protect Ju Zinai. Tsunade roared, and the desire to fight that had been immersed in for the past 2 years was instantly ignited by Yifeng. The golden chakra also soared straight into the sky, and the wind swept the clouds. Bang! The huge chakra scattered in the air, and the heavy pressure actually collapsed the land around the two of them. Bang! 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 One big hole, after another has formed all around. Ju Zenai. Ju Zenai looked back and saw that it was Bofeng Shuaimen and Kimu Xiumao coming. What the hell is going on here? Watergate frowned, looking at the two figures of one purple and one gold that were faintly not clear on both sides of the stone platform, and was stunned for a moment. Night Maple, that woman is. Kiki Xiumao next to him said, it's Tsunade. Tsunade Sama. Watergate's eyes widened. Tsunade was Konoha Sanshinu, who was also on a par with his master. And it seems that Yefeng still has an advantage. Kimu Xiumao frowned. Yifeng's strength exceeded his imagination. His own assassination technique can be said to be the first in Konoha, but with strength alone, he is inferior to Tsunade. But Yi Kid in front of him was already ahead of Tsunade. Is the blood succession limit so strong after awakening? The Thousand Hands clan is terrible. Yi Kid actually broke his wrist with Tsunade and didn't fall behind. Watergate was hurt. He thought he could catch up with Yifeng, but found that he seemed to be thrown farther away. Chapter 32. At this moment, the ape flying sun slashed in. Hey, what are you doing? Before the words fell, Tsunade roared, gathered all his forces together, and suddenly pressed down. Ramble. A bang. A huge explosive force erupted centered on Yokid and Tsunade. It's like countless explosives exploding in an instant. Everyone's faces were paled by the sudden burst of light. Bo Fengshuaimen's eyes widened, and he quickly blocked in front of Ju Zinai. Of course, Yifeng's reaction was faster, and he had already surrounded Ju Zinai with the Mudunwood ingot wall and the Mudu tree boundary wall. Ahem, what are you doing? Except for Ju Zinai, the others were blown up to ashes. Even the ape-flying sun, Chop, is no exception. Looking at the two who were completely engulfed in the smoke of the explosion, Ju Zinai suddenly found that her proposal was really not good. Ape-flying sun, Chopper, was also speechless. You guys just break your wrists. Is it necessary? I won't. The smoke gradually cleared, and Yorukid's hand pressed Tsunade's hand against the table made of boulders. The stone platform had been shattered, and the land beneath the two men was covered with radial cracks. You! Tsunade looked at Yorukid stunned, really couldn't believe that he had actually lost. Moreover, Yefeng is still single-minded and distracted. Yorukid let go of Tsunade's hand and stood up, loosening his shoulders and arms. Ape-flying sun, Chopper also looked surprised. Yokid won, Tsunade. You must know that you are purely competing in strength, and you are not necessarily Tsunade's opponent. Yifeng, this kid, is amazing. Kimu Xiumao was silent. As for Watergate, it stood still. It's a bit hard to accept. Ju Zinai hurriedly ran up. Night Maple, are you okay? Yefeng touched Ju Zinai's head and said, it's okay. Ju Shinai glared at Yikid and quickly ran to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? It's okay, it's just that my hands are a little numb, Tsunade said lightly, shaking his head. Losing is losing, and Tsunade, as a generation of gambling monsters, is still willing to gamble and lose. Tsunade Heim, but our bet still counts. It's okay for me to say what Tsunade said. Let's say, what do you want me to do? I haven't thought of this yet. Let's talk about it next time. HMPH. Again this kid dares to propose something messy. I beat him to death. Then Tsunade suddenly thought, can he beat him? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Tsunade did embarrass Yakid anymore afterwards, returned to the small courtyard, and took the initiative to pick up the bed and go to sleep on the sofa. For this reason, Ju Zinai also glared at Yefeng a few times. Uzumaki Maito also looked surprised when he learned that Yokid had won Tsunade. Tsunade actually lost, and sure enough, Only the people of the Senju family can win the people of the Senju family. Early the next morning, Yefeng was still in a wonderful sleep, but was woken up. What for, Jiao Sinai? It turns out that Ju Zinai usually asked you to get up. The benefits are good, boy. Yifeng had not yet opened his eyes, and when he heard this voice, he immediately opened his eyes. How could it be Tsunade? Kushina followed Tsunade. Then the voice of Uzumaki Maito came from outside. Yokid, get up this morning. We're going to attend an extraordinary meeting of Konoha's high level. Konoha high level ad hoc meeting. Yefeng brushed his teeth while listening to Ju Zinai's explanation. Because of Danzo's dismissal, Maito Menitu, and Koharu's vacation, Konoha's administration caused a big shock. There will be a new batch of high-ranking officials, hence the Konoha administration. At the same time, there will also be a group of new blood to become the new high level. Oh, so we're going too. Yes. In this way, Yefeng was taken to the meeting site, the administrative building. When I was at the door of the administration building, I also ran into Bofeng Shuaimen and Jiraiya, whose face was still wrapped in bandages. Jiraiya also saw Uzumaki Maito and quickly greeted, Uzumaki Maito-sama. Uzumaki Maito said strangely, Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade and said with a smile, It's okay, I accidentally hit a telephone pole last night, let's go in. Yefeng originally thought that the whole village was going to go, but when he went, he found that all the people present were famous figures from Konoha village. The high-level officials of various departments, the heads of various ethnic groups, the 3 shinobi of Konoha, and the White Fang of Konoha all participated. There are also outstanding ninjas of the younger generation, such as Yokid, Wave Feng Shuiman, Uchiha Fugaku, and the first generation of Inuga butterfly. Yokid followed Uzumaki Maito and Tsunade into the meeting site, which immediately attracted everyone's attention and discussion. The man who followed Uzumaki Maito and Tsunade, who else, was not Yakid. Many high-level officials, as well as the heads of various ethnic groups, were all seeing Yefeng Zhenren for the first time. He's Knight Feng. He brought down the gang of 3. But looking at his appearance, there is nothing special. Chapter 33. Yi Feng's group was arranged in the first row, which also surprised Yi Feng. But think about it, I represent the Thousand Hands family, and naturally I feel very normal. After all, the Senju clan is the #1 clan in Konoha, at least in terms of reason. Everyone's eyes were on Yokid, who was sitting next to Uzumaki Maito. Yefeng could also hear the whispers of everyone. He's Knight Feng, he came too. Has there been any news that who will sit in the top 2 positions in the administration department? Did Naruto-sama intend to reorganize the routes? In the anime, except for Danzo alone, there are no other clansmen of the Shimura clan, as well as the eldest son of Sarutobi Hinata and the eldest brother of Sarutobi Asma, all came. Listening to Ju Shinai explain at the scene, in addition to the 3 major clans of Senju, Hinata and Uchiha, the most famous are the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, which were famous in the Warring States period. Among them, Naruto-sama's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was a famous ninja at that time and one of the founders who co-founded Konoha. Most of the people who were able to enter the venue were people from the 38th major family. Yi Feng listened to Ju Zinai's words and then looked at everyone present and probably understood. The 38 students accepted by the 2nd generation Senju represent the 38 families of Konoha. The so-called Will of Fire is also about blood. You are not a member of the 38 major families, and it is basically impossible to inherit the Will of Fire. The successor of the Will of Fire probably came out of these 38 major families and grew up, that is, to become the top of Konoha. A few lucky people, like Bofeng Shuomen, can become Hokage, but they can't do it with battle merits. The wife is the pillar force of the Nine Tails and becomes the spokesperson of the Uzumaki clan, and is obedient enough to obey the opinions of the 3 generations and the elders to be qualified to inherit the will of fire. Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki was surnamed Uzumaki, he knew that Watergate had chosen at that time. And Kimu Shiumao, who is of equal strength, is also a prominent military meritorious man, but the meritorious lord, who is also a competitor of the 4th generation of Hokage, was politically murdered. It can be seen that the will of fire is not something you can inherit if you want to. Yifeng thought to himself that if he hadn't awakened the 1,000 Hands family's blood succession limit, I'm afraid he wouldn't have entered Konoha's high-level society like this. When Sarutobi entered the conference room under the support of a group of Konoha ninjas, the conference room immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the ape-flying sun. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 generations of Hokage walked to the podium and scanned it for a week before saying aloud, "Let me tell you the good news first." In the first week that Shimura Chuanzang led the group to Union Village, there was an important breakthrough. Union Village has signed a 20-year peace agreement with it. We and Union Village will maintain peace for at least 20 years. This is an important milestone in our great revival of Konoha, on the road to peaceful rejuvenation. As soon as the words of the ape-flying sun chop came out, the audience was in an uproar. Many people showed a look of joy. In the past few years, from war to peace, everyone knows the preciousness of this peaceful and beautiful peace. If the most militant Union Village is willing to make peace with Konoha, then Konoha can continue to be peaceful. The clansmen of the Shimura clan are full of pride. This is the light of our Shimura, the darkness of Konoha. Even if he was wronged, suffered a black pot, and went away, he also made meritorious contributions to Konoha. Ye Feng was also stunned. Chuanzu did not go undercover, but to be an embassy. It's only been a few days, so soon to pave the way for your return. It's really a politician, and it's really 6 playing politics. Uzumaki Maito also frowned, but did not say anything. Uzumaki Maito has never liked power otherwise. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan would not be so miserable, and all the men were hung up. After Sarutobi announced the exciting news, the official topic of the meeting began. Personnel transfer in the executive branch. Sarutobi Hinata said that there will be a group of young talents who will enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Yifeng listened a little, and after some appointment, the highest chief of the administration department was temporarily served by Ape-Flying Sun's old classmate, Akimichi Take-Kazi. Uzumaki Maito, and the head of the Hyuga family as a special advisor. Tsunade becomes the supreme chief of the medical department, and Orochimaru becomes the deputy. Jiraiya became the principal of the ninja school, and Watergate became the vice principal. As soon as Konoha Sanshin returned, he immediately inserted into various important positions. The Uchiha family was still in charge of the Konoha Guards, but due to the dissolution of the Roots, the powers of the Konoha Guards were further expanded. With the appointment of one person after another, Yifeng thought to himself, he would not appoint himself to do anything. This idea had just appeared, and the ape on the podium flew into the sun, glanced at Yifeng, and said lightly, "Yifeng, Shimo Shinobu, the mission of rescuing Jiu Shinai is meritorious, and the illegal activities of the hidden roots of the regiment are meritorious, so he was promoted to Special Shangnin and arranged to be the vice principal of the ninja school." Chapter 34. Yi Feng didn't expect that he would be arranged like this. Vice principal of ninja school. Such a big position. Ape Fei Rai spoke on it, and Ye Feng did not plan to refuse in person, just don't go when the time comes. Sarutobi ended with a speech of will of fire. Roughly, wherever there are leaves, the fire burns, the shadow of the fire shines on the village, and new leaves sprout. It means that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and guard them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but will inspire the young to become pillars of the future. No wonder the three generations can say this passage so fluently. When did it turn out to be taken out and said? After the meeting, Sarutobi also patted Yifeng's shoulder and said, "Good job, I believe you can do it." Bofeng's Shuaimen also came over and said, "Yifeng, we will be colleagues in the future. I don't think I'm well suited to be a principal." Tsunade suddenly rolled his eyes. "Okay, don't be so stupid, okay? The vice principal, that is, the teacher, understands no." "Ah, wouldn't it? Such a routine." Listening to Ju Zinai's explanation, I knew that in the school, the ordinary teacher was one level higher, that is, the vice principal. The current vice principal has more than 10 people, and he is actually a senior teacher. Yifeng's epiphany was speechless. Want him to be a teacher. Not interested. However, when Night Maple wanted to be a salted fish, Uzumaki Maito talked to Night Maple about it. In Maito's room, in Uzumaki. "Yifeng, what do you think of Ju Zinai?" This sentence suddenly came when Yifeng was defenseless, which really caught Yifeng off guard. Grandma Maito, Ju Shina is good, good-looking and... Uzumaki Maito waved his hand. "Forget it, let's say it bluntly." After a pause, Uzumaki Maito suddenly said seriously, "Yifeng, you are the last bloodline of my Senju clan. If you want, you can treat this place as your own home. We are all your relatives. I'm wondering, can I entrust Ju Zinai to you?" When Yifeng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect Uzumaki Maito to be so direct. Akito didn't say secret words, and Yoki nodded sharply and said, "Okay, Grandma Maito, I do." Uzumaki Maito snorted and said, "You sleep all day. What are you willing to do?" Actually, you can also see that Ju Zinai has a good impression of you. So, if you can really come together with Ju Zinai, I am the first to agree. I just don't know if you mean that. Yifeng immediately said, "Of course there is. I love Ju Zinai." For opportunities, Yifeng never flinched. Uzumaki Maito nodded in satisfaction. "If you want to be with Ju Shinai, you can't hang like this." Actually, this time the position arrangement was proposed by me, with the 3 generations of Hokage. Yikid was stunned for a moment, and understood what Uzumaki Maito meant. "Good job, you will become a Hokage in the future." Suddenly, Yefeng slowly spoke. "So Grandma Maito means that if I marry Ju Shinai, I can become a Hokage." Uzumaki Maito nodded slightly. Yefeng suddenly smiled. "Grandma Maito, is this a dowry?" "No, you are originally a member of the Senju clan, and then with Ju Shinai. After I hand over the 9 tails to Ju Shinai in the future, you will definitely be Hokage. At that time, no one will oppose you because you have strength, and you are a member of the 1,000 Hands family, and you have married the 9 tails man Zhuli. Understand?" The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Grandma Maito, I don't want to be a Hokage." Uzumaki Maito was stunned for a moment. This guy won't be too lazy to be incorrigible. Yikid continued, "I want to help Ju Shinai become a Hokage. Her dream when she was a child was to become Hokage, and I always remember helping her fulfill her dream." Yifeng's words made Uzumaki Maito's eyes light up. "Really?" Uzumaki Maito immediately smiled. "You want to become Konoha's first female Hokage. The difficulty is far higher than if you were the Hokage. You said you had such an idea, so at least show me what you plan to do, right?" At this time, Ju Zinai's voice sounded outside. "Grandma Maito, Yokid, it's time to eat." Uzumaki Maito smiled and said, "Let's go." the easiest way to make men feel responsible is to start a family and have children. She believed that today's words would make Yafeng serious. In fact, Uzumaki Maito has not fully said all her thoughts. Her idea is that within these 2 years, get married and have children as soon as possible, and the bloodline of the Senju family can be continued. Then it will be good. My own body can still support 5 years, or even 10 years. In this way, Yokide became the vice principal of the ninja school, in fact, an instructor. Recently, the rule of the 5 ninja states has begun to waver, and the borders of various countries and ninja villages have begun to have constant disputes, frictions, and conflicts. The ninjas of Konoha village have also begun to go out on missions in large numbers, and now the village continues to have a large number of new forces, and they also need ninjas who can guide the newborn ones. As a result, Yokide became an instructor at the ninja school. As soon as he arrived at the ninja school, Yokide was assigned a task. Yifeng, you just came. We are in a class. You bring a class of graduates. Ding, according to the current situation of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose the 3rd class Coach Mat Kai Ebisu Moonlight Blast Reward. A level ninjutsu, 8-gate Dun Jia formation. Option 2. Choose the 5th class. Coach Ape Flying Asma, Sunset Red, and the same as the same reward. A level ninjutsu, 1,000 hands kill. Option 3. Choose the 7th class Coach Kakashi Kiki, Obito Rin Nohara reward. Supreme Pack. Chapter 35. Bao Feng Shuaimen looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng-kun, you choose first. Yifeng smiled and said, Then I'm welcome, I'll choose the 7th class. The will of 7 is really everywhere. The 7th class of this year is the class that changed the world. Obito, who was originally the weakest, became Madara's tool man and once became the big boss of Hokage. And Kakashi is also an important person. Yifeng suddenly thought, will his arrival also change the historical trajectory of the 7th class? If Obito hadn't been seriously injured in the Battle of Shinmubai Bridge, would he still have gone that way? If Yifeng can control the 3 tails in Rin's body, will that prevent the tragedy from happening? And the suicide of Konoha White Fang, and so on. Thinking about it like this, Yifeng felt a little interesting. Bofeng Shuaimen sighed when he saw Yifeng choose the 7th class. He originally liked the 7th class the most. Hearing that Yifeng was going to choose the 7th class, he felt an inexplicable loss in his heart. And it was as if something had been lost. But Bofeng Shuaimen still nodded and said, Okay, then let's go to the 7th class. Yifeng asked rhetorically, What about you? Bofeng Shuaimen smiled and said, It's okay with me. I'll pick the last one. You go to get your students first. By the way, this professor's guide is for you. You can take a look first. Yifeng took a copy of the new Shinobi professor's guide and casually let it go. Open volume, Will of Fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire endures. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Yifeng suddenly rolled his eyes and looked back at the author of the cover, Ape Flying Sunchop. Okay. This sentence should be the words of the ape flying sun, which hung on his lips every day and wrote this sentence on the tree, and the whole village was popularized. This thought work is really good. Yifeng flipped down. The first section is about being a teacher. First of all, you must have the ability to teach students, and secondly, you must have an inclusive heart and noble morality, so that you can lead by example to influence students to become better. To be a murderous ninja is also to be virtuous, which is also a bit of a bull. Then the second section begins, how to train qualified students as a teacher by organizing various tasks. The so-called qualified students are those who become lower shinobi, middle shinobi, or even upper shinobi, and can go to the battlefield. Whether it is the land of fire or Konoha, a batch of fresh blood is needed to join in order to maintain their current status. This is also the purpose of ninjas. First of all, the first task is to organize 3 students in his class to carry out the task of wild survival exercise. Before the task begins, remember to emphasize the difficulties of the task to the students. For example, out of 30 graduates, only 10 will be recognized as shinobi, and the rest will be sent back to school to take the exam next year. Get students serious and don't slack. The wilderness survival exercise is to go to the wild and let your students, within a limited time, such as before 12 o'clock, grab their own bells to cultivate students, ninjutsu use and teamwork. At the same time, through the teacher's display of strength, students can have a certain understanding of the strength of ninjas who have been on the battlefield. You can use people who can't grab the bell and have no food to eat at noon to stimulate the fighting spirit of students. First, complete the wilderness survival exercise to ensure that these graduates carry out their tasks and have the ability to protect themselves when they go to battle. Then start with D-level tasks, C-level tasks. This is the process for veterans of Konoha village to lead newbies. Yifeng looked at how this process looked so familiar. Let's go see them first. Yifeng stood outside the classroom door when he heard a soft girl's voice. Oh, Obito, why did you say our teacher hasn't come yet? Lin, I don't know. This voice should be Uchiha with soil. Ha, maybe you're also helping your grandmother cross the street. Kakashi, what do you mean? Without looking, Kakashi began to despise Obito again. Seriously, the excuse of helping grandma cross the street really sucks. Obito always used this reason to treat everyone as mentally retarded, and it was no wonder that Kakashi despised it. Ahem, hello, I'm your instructor. As soon as Yifeng came in, he looked at the 3 children in front of him and was immediately stunned. This is a little different from what he imagined. The little lowly and little brother in front of you are also too young. Do you feel like elementary school students? Up to 5th or 6th grade. Nohara Lin said very obediently for the first time, "Hello, teacher." She thought to herself, this teacher is a little handsome. Then Obito, who was black-haired and wearing goggles, glanced at Yikid and pouted, "Hello, teacher." Obito thought to himself, this guy looks a little stupid like Kakashi. Finally, Kakashi, who wore a mask and only showed his eyes, said, "Hello, teacher." Yefeng nodded and said, "Well then, let's introduce ourselves first." The 3 said in unison, "Teacher, you come first." Chapter 36. My name is Night Maple. It's your turn. Then Yefeng opened the new Shinobi Professor's Guide and said as it said, "Talk about what you like, what you hate, or what dreams you have, what interests you have, and so on." The 3 looked at Yefeng and said, "Teacher, you come first." Yifeng was suddenly speechless. "I'm a teacher, or are you a teacher? It's your turn to say, starting from left to right." "I'll come first." Obito held up the goggles and said with a proud smile, "My name is Uchiha Obito, and my favorite is, the most annoying thing is war. The dream is to become Hokage. End this war, let our family, let the people in the village recognize my existence." Kakashi burst out laughing. "Just like you as a Hokage. Help the grandmother cross the road, and you can't be a fire shadow for 100 years. Obito was suddenly furious. "Kakashi, what do you mean, are you amazing? I'm the Uchiha Obito of the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later I will surpass you, after my sharing in eyes open, hum." Kakashi looked at Obito like an idiot. "The people of the Uchiha clan are all elites, right? You don't need to write wheel eyes, it should be very strong." Obito gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say?" Lin hurriedly said, Okay, don't argue, the teacher is watching." Yifeng looked at them with a curious face. There was a taste. It was really double love and double killing. "It's your turn, Rin Nohara, right?" Lin straightened up and said, "Yes, Sensei, my name is Rin Nohara. What I like the most is cake. The most annoying is curry rice. My dream is to be a medical ninja and save lives on the battlefield." Yefeng nodded and said, "Well, you can. This little loli will indeed be the treatment of the 7th class in the future. Without this little loli, I'm afraid that Obito and Kakashi would have hung up long ago." Nohara Lin nodded sharply and looked at Yi Feng, feeling that this Yi Keyed teacher was not bad. Then Yaked looked at Kakashi, who at this time was small and cute and looked arrogant. Yokid couldn't help but ravage Kakashi's sky-high white hair. "Kakashi, it's your turn." Kakashi angrily pushed Yokid's hand away. "Sensei, you messed up my hairstyle. Now that you know my name, I don't need to say anything." Yi Feng looked at the three little fart children with different expressions in front of him, and suddenly thought of a Hokage eternal mysteries. Who does Lin like? Both sides said that their side was full of ironclad evidence, and Kishimoto's old thief did not make it clear, and there has always been an argument. Now, Yi Feng looked at the three little fart children in front of him and knew the answer. That is, these three little fart children are less than 10 years old, understand a hammer love. Ahem, it's okay, everyone knows each other. You also know me again. My name is Yi Feng, your future instructor. That's the end of the self-introduction, starting tomorrow. All three looked at Yi Feng. Teacher, what task? Survival drills in the wild. Obito immediately said happily, "When we were in school, we often did drills." Yi Feng smiled and said, "This exercise is different because your opponent is me." Teacher, you. Teacher, you said something strange. Right. Yi Feng smiled hee. Hee, yes, this exercise, you have to be mentally prepared. The elimination rate is more than 66%. Among the 30 graduates of your class, only 10 can pass at most, and the rest will be sent back to school and remodeled, understand? Obito's eyes widened, Rin was speechless, and Kakashi was silent. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Konoha Forest, wait at the gate of the ninja third base, don't be late. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, the person had disappeared, leaving a stunned trio. Lin wiped her eyes and said, "Teacher, Yi Feng is gone." Groove, it's like magic. Obito was also very surprised. Kakashi said with disdain, "Fool, this is the instantaneous technique." Kakashi, who do you say is a fool? Lin saw that the two were about to quarrel again, and quickly separated the two again. Don't argue. Think about what to do tomorrow. Obito pouted and said, "It must have been the teacher who bluffed us. How could it be so exaggerated and eliminate everyone?" "I didn't lie to you." Obito jumped up. "Ah, teacher, how do you look like a ghost, haunted?" Yi Feng laughed and said, "Obito, you need to strengthen your guts. I forgot to remind you just now. Don't forget to bring your ninja tools, and don't eat breakfast. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you vomit." As soon as the words fell, Yefeng slammed and turned into a piece of wood. With a look of surprise, Rin picked up the wood that had fallen on the ground. Kakashi said in a deep voice, "This is a stand-in technique. What suddenly appeared just now was teacher Yefeng's stand-in." Hey, who do you think Lin likes? Chapter 37. Yifeng, you came back so early. Ahem. Yifeng nodded and gave Ju Zinai a touch of the head to kill. Nasty. Ju Zinai shyly pushed away Yifeng's demon hand and said, "Have you seen your student?" Yokid said as he changed his shoes, "Well, one is called Obito, one is called Rin, and the last one is called Kakashi. Kakashi, I know, is a teenage genius, son of the White Fang." Yifeng was suddenly curious. "You actually know?" "HMPH, of course I know. You think I don't know anything?" Ju Zinai was like a kitten, standing obediently in front of Yifeng. "Let's go inside." Yefeng naturally took Ju Zinai's little hand. Ju Zinai was a little shy, but did not break free. What about the other two? One is from the Uchiha family, and the other is from the surname Nohara. Yifeng, your students are all very good, a son of White Fang, a member of the Uchiha family. Well, it's pretty strong. Yefeng nodded, and as soon as he came in, he heard Tsunade say with a big grin, "Hey, boy, you haven't proposed to Ju Shinai yet. Don't be pretentious, okay?" Ju Zinai retracted his hand shyly. Yefeng really wanted to beat Tsunade. Tsunade said again, "How can we say that Ju Shina is also the next person of the Uzumaki clan, Zhu Li, and her other half? How can I say that I have to endure it?" Yikid suddenly smiled, and at this time, Uzumaki Maito walked out. "If Feng, he is already a Shangnan. Were you sleeping during the meeting yesterday?" Tsunade's eyes widened. What? Did he put up with it? Our rules in Konoha, when didn't it come step by step? He hasn't even advanced to the middle ninja. How can he advance to the upper ninja? The 3 generations of adults agreed. Uzumaki Maito ignored Tsunade, looked at Yorukid and said, "Come in and eat." While eating, Tsunade was still indignant, saying that Yokid had broken Konoha's rules for years. Yifeng suddenly smiled and said, "Rules are established by people, and naturally people break them. This is not normal." Tsunade still looked unhappy, and at this time, the big snake pill suddenly appeared. "Tsunade, hurry to the hospital. There is an emergency." When Tsunade heard this, he immediately left without eating. Saving people is always the first priority of the medical team. Yifeng's ears moved, and he vaguely heard Orochimaru say to Tsunade that something had happened over there in the Mist-Hidden Village. Mist-Hidden Village. Yikid immediately thought of the 3-tailed incident that led to Rin's death. At that time, it was Madara who conspired with the 3 generations of Mizukage to inject the 3 tails into Rin's body, turn Rin into a 3-tailed human pillar force, and then send Rin back to Konoha, intending to let Rin destroy Konoha. This plan was killed by Kakashi himself, by killing Rin. This had to make Yefeng think of the revenant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Just when Yifeng was slightly distracted, Ju Zinai clipped a piece of meat to Yifeng. "Yifeng, this is your first time leading a class. You have to think hard about how to train them tomorrow." Yefeng nodded and said, "I know, Ju Zinai. But I thought in my heart, I'm afraid that it is the beginning of the 3rd Ninja World War. Actually, it has arrived, but not many people have found it. Otherwise, there is no need for children like Kakashi, Obito, and Rin to grow up quickly. The 20-year peace agreement signed between Chuanzang and Union may have stunned the eyes of many people. But Yefeng didn't believe that such a peace agreement would work. The next day, Yefeng was still sleeping, and he was suddenly woken up again. What for? Yefeng wiped his eyes. His sleepy eyes were hazy, but he still took a closer look at the comer, so as not to recognize the wrong person. "It's Ju Zenai." Ju Zinai crossed his waist angrily and said, "Yifeng, how many times have I called you? Are you still sleeping? What time is it? And you're going to be late for the agreed time with your student." Yifeng yawned and said, "What time is it, no hurry?" After washing his face and coming